Welcome to Bexley Park in Christchurch. It's day 2 of the BMX New Zealand National Championships. We've had action aplenty in day 1. 268 races completed yesterday, and the sun is beaming down here in the new Brighton suburb of Christchurch for day 2, where we have the final stages of qualifying, and then it's into the semi-finals, and the dead man finals take place later this afternoon. I'm Paul Allison. Thanks for joining us on Sky Sports Next coverage of the first Window and Doors BMX National Championships. It's the 40th National Championships of this national event that has been staged since 1981. Joining me in commentary is a man who knows all about BMX, Joe Kelkin. Joe, plenty of action yesterday. We're in for another big one today.
Yes, Penny went down yesterday and they got away again already today. A couple of wounded soldiers not coming back today. We lost Luke Brooks-Smith, who was a definite favourite for the age group that he's in, but didn't make it through the day. So that'll be a bit of a shocker for the Whangarei Club.
We get underway with the Sprockets 5 and under. And this is where the young fellas get out and have a heap of fun. They were in action 4 times yesterday. This is their 5th moto of the championships, and out in front is Taylor Cron from Dunedin in this early race. How much of a impact is the weather? It's 23 degrees right at the moment, expected to go to 28, 29 degrees later on when we get to the finals. How much impact will that have on these competitors in these rounds this morning?
Yes, it will be a biggie. They've got to keep hydrated is the thing. It's a short sprint thing, sort of a sport. So if you can imagine Usain Bolt as opposed to Sebastian Coe, we're Usain Bolt here, not Sebastian Coe. So they sprint and they leak a lot of fluid and they need to replenish it.
Good effort there from Taylor Cron in the opening Sprockets 5 and under. This is a second event and they're underway. It comes thick and fast at you, the action today. And here is Luke Buckley from the Mountain Raiders getting away well and showing good form for a little fella.
Oh yes, looking really at home on the track today. It starts to feel at home on day 2. You come out on the track, you feel better on it than off it, and that's just showing with these little tackers out here now getting around. Little tykes on big bikes getting around there and pumping their way nicely. None of the wobbles and bobbles that we saw yesterday.
So this is a lime-based track out at Bexley Park in Christchurch. Just under 400 metres is the distance that these young riders and not so young riders have to navigate. We've got all the age groups. It starts early with the 5-year-old Sprockets going right through to the 50 plus during the course of the day, and getting across the line is Luke Buckley. Having fun. Now we're into the Sprocket 6 in this action-packed event. Over 400 riders competing on these 2 days of competition. 31 clubs represented. We go back into the history books and we look at what happened in the early days of BMX when there were 5,000 riders. In fact, 1,400 came to the national champs from 82 different clubs back in 1984. That must have been a logistical challenge.
Oh, you imagine it, couldn't you? And it was all, of course, all volunteers. It's all largely volunteer now, but the volunteers, there's stories of Dawn Nelson and Elaine Lucas screwing together the trophies in the motel on the night before the finals, up till 2 and 3 in the morning with the screwdrivers out. Probably wasn't even battery drills in those days.
Baden Prescott is the first home in the Sprocket 6, the first rack of those underway, and now we're into the second rack of the Sprockets Boys 6, and getting away to a bit of a flyer is James Fahey. Of course, you start talking about 6 and 7-year-olds. Our first ever world championship happened back in Japan when New Zealand won their first ever gold medal from Gay McManus, of just 6 and 7 years of age. So New Zealand has produced some world champions BMX riders at a very young age, and here we've got James Fahey, the same age group as what Gay McManus was when she won that gold medal for New Zealand back in 1984.
The next one on your list there is Errol Nelson, the 40 plus cruisers. That was Errol's wife that you were speaking to this morning, Dawn, who was asking and enjoying the history that you're pulling to this commentary. So that's Errol Nelson. Sadly passed away a little too early, but yes, that was Dawn's husband, Errol.
725 is Jai Martini. We saw him in action yesterday. This is the 5th event of the 2 days that these youngsters have taken part in. It'll be interesting to see how well they recovered after a pretty grueling day for them yesterday.
Yeah, in the heat and a bit of wind. Breeze just starting to get up a little bit now. The flags are flapping. But if the breeze comes up in the afternoon, we're pretty close to the coast here, so we'll see whether we get some coastal breeze for them to work into down that last straight. The 725 definitely got a hold of that one, Jai, hasn't he? And just put it away.
This is the second rack of the Sprockets 7-year-old boys. 5 in here: Nixon Murphy, Harlan Bickley, Monty Gardner, Leo Gardner and Hunter McIntyre. And out in front there, 498 is Nixon Murphy from the North Canterbury Club. Plenty of clubs around New Zealand with the tracks being upgraded and improved all the time. A new one being built in Invercargill that'll be state of the art,
yes.
Supported by that great funding sponsor down there, Invercargill Licensing Trust.
It's a fantastic facility, system that, isn't it, for funding sports. We were down there at the Velodrome a couple of weeks ago, and it's just an amazing thing that you think the Cambridge one's good. Well, so is the equally is the Invercargill one with all the sports gathered together in one spot.
So this is the Sprocket 6 and 7-year-old girls, and a lot of parents have been influential in getting their kids involved at an early age. Look for 544, Rose Ralston, young daughter of Hayden Ralston, pretty well known in cycling circles around New Zealand, in fact around the world.
I'm pretty sure he'd know his way around the Invercargill Velodrome.
So this is 636 Eden Stetner from Christchurch, along with Cameron Colhoun, Courtney O'Neill, Cian Wilson, Rose Ralston, Pippa Spence. Coming across is Eden Stetner. Plenty of energy. Doesn't look like they had too tough of a day yesterday. They bounce back very quickly at this age. And
they sure do.
This is another wave and rack of the 6 and 7-year-old Sprockets.
Ruby Buckley's got away on that one. She's got company though. Up the outside of her, we've got all sorts of challenge coming in from the 723 bike of Skylar Hansen.
The North Canterbury girl.
Grandad riding in the cruiser. It is John Hansen that's come back from a deep, long retirement, and he's back on the bike. Unbelievable.
This is great technique, isn't it?
It is great technique.
Youngster, look at her go.
Yep. It's a fantastic sport for growing bike skills. I'm sure Ralston will have his idea on her switching later on, but in the meantime, the bike skills of BMX can't be got anywhere else at this age.
So Buckley gets the job done in a good contest there with Skylar Hansen. We're into the 11-year-old boys.
Oh, and dropping in there nicely, the NZ3 plate, he's gone well. In and out of the corner he goes. Is that Deacon Connor? Is that 3? Are we on the right one?
It is Deacon Connor. NZ1 out in front there from the North Harbour Club.
And Levi Banks and the Hamilton Club right in behind him, sitting in there in the 2-spot, Levi, in the jump flex tops.
Yeah, look how hard Levi's working, trying to catch him.
He's got a great third straight. He did it yesterday as well, just took time out of everyone up that third straight.
Here he comes. Not going to quite get it done on the line, but a good contest there. Excellent first up ride by Deacon Connor. Levi Banks right on his back wheel. Of course, points being accumulated over these 6 motos to qualify for the semi-final.
Top 16, I would imagine, through to semi in these 11-year-old boys.
3 racks. This is the second of them in the 11-year-old boys. Good contest in this event. Daniel Mason, possibly one to watch here. Look for him in plate number NZ3. And that's him out in front.
Getting the job done nicely. He's come across to protect the line. Nico Kogan hung tough for as long as he could, then switched to the outside to give himself a better line into the corner. Down the second straight they go, and it is Connor who's hanging on to it. Mason that's hanging on to it at the moment, but Kogan round the outside, seeing if he can get it done. Couldn't quite. Needed to squeeze a little harder to get over him. So let's Mason go again. Kogan. Nice looking gear on the bike of the Kogan. Nice wheel set that.
Kogan's fighting hard here, but this is an excellent ride from Daniel Mason. You can see why he's ranked number 3 in New Zealand. So Mason gets across the line first, and he takes that one out ahead of Kogan, and then Deegan Hedges. We're into the last rack of the boys 11. Very competitive grade here, and an excellent start from Bruno Namidi. He's got away and puts a clear air in front, hasn't he?
Fantastic move from the 5 bike on the 2 spot. Really did a great job. Bryson Joyce in under, bump and run we call that. High load him round underneath, got the elbow out, give him a little bit of shove, and then off he went. But down the outside, the 309 bike is really going to argue the last point. Brock Marshall.
Yeah, Brock Marshall gets up for the second spot. Valuable points.
No, on the line it went to Marshall first, Joyce third rather. An immediate Marshall Joyce, that one went.
So 7:06 is Madeline Hunter, girls 11. Their fifth moto of these championships. As we look forward later this afternoon for the semi-finals and the finals, we'll have all of that coverage here for you on Sky Sport Next in this action-packed second day of the competition. Madeline Hunter out in front, being chased hard.
Oh, Millie Waite with the move in the last corner, shove Madeline wide. I think that's the first moto Madeline would have dropped. Millie Waite just showing her that she's not just there to play. Running, oh, they've binned it, heading for the finish line.
Oh, that's a cruel way as they came up. They'll get back onto their bikes and cross for the points, but this is tough work. It is a brutal sport when you get cruelly undone in the last couple of metres before the finish line. We're into the boys 12 and the competition continues.
There's still bikes on the finish line. The commissaires are running to get it cleared up, but the NZ6 plate in the 12 boys, Tommy Coleman from Carpety, he's got it going good at the moment. Dropping in there nicely. Let's see if they've cleared the debris before they get down there. Corbin Manava from Capital City. City mates, these two. Manava sitting there for the 2 and the 3.
Coleman takes that one out. Manava second, Butler third, Richardson fourth. As we look now to the second rack of the boys 12, there's 3 of these in total. So valuable points, just making sure that the track is cleared.
Wow. There'll be a few dual dive moves like that this morning, where there'll be some riders on the bubble of the semi-finals and others clearly through. So those that are on the bubble will be working hard.
Rex Fagan, 152 on the left. Tyler Dinsdale, 1 to watch in 9:01. Just outside him is Ryan Hurley, 494. Thomas Helton, Braden King, Jack Young, and Tony Gambrell will make up this final. I was going to say look for Tyler Dinsdale and Tony Gambrell to be prominent here.
Jack Young had a great day yesterday. He's way out in lane 8. It's the longest way to the first corner, but Jack Young did fly yesterday. He should be happy with his riding.
Joe, you've got your young fellow in action today. He's going to ask you which lane to draw. Which one would you tell him?
I don't know. Jack Young almost gets it wrong. Good close racing. Oh, it's a toughie, that one.
Dinsdale out in front, 9:01, being chased at the moment by Jack Young. In behind him is Tony Gambrell. So a good start from the 2 leaders in the second of the 3 racks.
Jack Young with the move.
So Young has found his way into the front as he turns to head home. In behind him, chasing hard, Tyler Dinsdale. Dinsdale trying to come back, but Young has got the win in this event. Valuable points.
All right, second rack, 12 boys get going. Heath Wilson. There's no Luke Brooks-Smith because he binned it yesterday. Jacob Shaw, Regan Smith, Dario Piskulich, Richie Anderson and Owen Brown. We've dumped one in the first corner.
Regan Smith gets away well though from the Mountain Raiders. Out in front, 303. In behind him in a good position, makes a nice swing round there. Richie Anderson. 619 is Heath Wilson, chasing hard as well. And Dario Piskulich.
Great battle for the second spot at the moment. Nice switch from the 53 bike of Dario. Did a great job to get in underneath the Southland rider. Let's see if he can hang on to it. The Southland rider will run to the finish.
So Smith takes that one out.
Wow, she's hot and heavy first thing in the morning, isn't it?
Yep, plenty of action as we continue.
Photo finish for second and third between Heath Wilson and Dario Piskulich.
Yeah, Regan Smith clearly the winner, but
there
of course the point's quite valuable. Nothing much in it on the line. Very hard to pick who may have got that between Wilson and Piskulich. Into the girls 12 now, and Molly Inia, who was so impressive yesterday in day 1, has a great start to her first up effort in day 2.
Oh, we've lost a clip. Amber Bell just kicks her foot out and gets shoveled back to the rear of the pack.
No doubt about this one. Enia, who's just been so impressive in this age group of the 12-year-old girls and making it look so easy. No pressure on her at all as she comes up to the line and takes the win, gets ahead of Ursula Summers and Amber Bell for the top 3 spots in the 5th moto of these championships. We're into the boys 13 now, and there's a total of 3 different racks, so another competitive grade, and getting away really well. Here is Brock Nelson.
Brocky just about got it all wrong into the second corner, dumped his first front wheel just a little bit early on the manual there. The 475 bike, I believe, is going to be the Lindop boy from Hamilton. He's be happy with the second spot in this one, I would think. It is Chase Lindop, and chasing he is right down for the second.
So Nelson takes it out, Lindop second, Hall third, Fever fourth, so points all accumulating as we get underway in the second rack of the boys 13.
Driving into the second corner, that's Finney Cogan just riding beautifully like he did yesterday.
Being chased by Jesse Inglis.
Yeah, this is going to be a hot-to-trot final, these boys. They always are. Since they were little, it's been a great age group to watch.
Yeah, Finn Cogan just making it look easy and stretching out his lead. That's an impressive ride.
That is.
Second place, Inglis. In fact, it was Cowie that got up on the line ahead of Inglis, and then Logan Clark in fourth.
And the next rack of them get underway. The NZ4 plate of Cooper Richardson. He's got away the North Harbour clubmate to the Cogans are East City, I think it is, but in and out they go. Running up the third straight. Oh, the NZer.
Here comes
He's coming
Tyler
up
Waite.
the outside. Tyler Waite. So much skills, Tyler Waite. He's only a little fella. Little bit of a bump and run. He won't try to go round the long way. The outside. Richardson was up for it. Good run for the final. Oh, what a great finish. 3 wide across the line.
So Richardson takes it out. Jack Gebby coming up with a late run. And excellent finish for Gebby. And Waite in third place. We're underway in the girls 13. And this is the only heat in total 8 competitors, and getting away is Lily Greenoff, who is again another standout in day 1.
Oh, Renee's closer this time, ranging. Let's see what she can do. She's no slouch, Renee. These two have raced a long time together. Renee Coleman-Savage just can't quite get onto the back of Lily Greenoff. Lily takes it from Renee.
So Greenoff wins.
Gracie
Renee
Owen the 3.
Coleman Savage, yeah, Grace Owen in third spot. The boys 14, another competitive age group, 3 racks. This is the first of them.
Oh, Lewis Atkinson shovel back in this tight first corner. He went in there nice and hot, left his door open and got himself shoved out.
Ben James takes the lead from Cooper Marshall. Good ride from James. Look at him fly. The Alexandra rider out in front. And doing it comfortably. Yes, he gets the job done. Ben James takes it out. Cooper Marshall in second place. And picking up third is Lewis Atkinson.
All right, the NZ3, Lucas Bimmy, he grabs this one and goes at the moment. McCursey hot on his heels. So Bimmy, all the skills to pay the bills. This little fella, believe me, he's starting to get a bit of a length on himself too. He used to be a little shorty in this age group, but it doesn't look that way now. McCursey hanging on to the back of him, but not really making any inroads. There's a big gaggle of them in behind there for the 3 spot.
Bimmy is comfortably in front, ahead at the moment of McCursey. What difference does size make at this age in terms of their performance on the bike?
It can make a difference, but in this sport you're carrying that weight. So if you're a big heavy boy, you're carrying your big heavy self all the way to the finish line. So some of the little fellas, like my boy was a big boy, Rico Bierman was a tiny little fella, and they were equally as successful as each other.
Boys 14, this is the last rack, and going away well is Cameron Lang from Dunedin. Oh, he's put some clear air on the chasing pack, and Nathan Heddich. It'll be Lang that gets across the line in first place. And this here, watch this girl go. This is Leela Walker. This is going to be competitive. She's up against JD Lily Lees, the number 1 rider from New Zealand. The 8th in the world is Leela Walker. and these two have made a statement early.
You'll notice these two, we've got a World 8 and an NZ1 in there. That's because it's a joined age group, 14-15. Leela being the NZ1 for the 14 girls, and Jada Lilly the 15.
So, good effort from Walker. This is the boys 15. There are 2 racks. In total, 10 competitors aiming for a spot in the top 8 for the final. And number 1, Jack Grinoff.
Oh, Grinoff over jumps to double on the second straight.
A little bit eager, wasn't he? He was really...
missed the backside completely.
He had the early lead and then just starting to force his pace. As you can see now, that's exactly what he's doing. Last turn into the final straight, being chased down by Lewis Hunt. But Grenoff takes it. Comfortable. Hunt in second place. And picking up third was Zach Curtis.
In the background, there's plenty of tussles going on as the guys further back really desperate to make themselves into the final.
When you've got 10 going for 8, every point counts at this stage.
All the guys in the background are giving it everything they got just to make that last spot.
Jesse James Green, the wonderful name for the Christchurch rider, and he's got a wonderful ride at the moment as he started in the second rack of the Mike Butler Plumbing Boys 15. Jesse James Green.
Easing off, saving the legs for the big show.
Yeah, glides across. Good contest though for the minor placings. Kieran McKersey picks up second, Troy Nelson third, Thomas Coleman Savage fourth.
Alrighty, Kiki gets going. A good one on this one from way out in lane 8. Come across to meet his mate. Butters in the 3 lane. Dropping into the corner he is. Butters not done with it. Giving him a bit of love into the corner. Kiki hanging on to it. Trying to get that. I don't know why he would want the first pick into the final, because you don't know where the others go, but that's what he's going to get if he keeps doing this. In and out of the corner he goes. Daniel Butterworth hanging on. Look at the guys in the background. The 222 and the 234. Jackson Gage. Lockie James going for the 3 spot nicely.
So
James gets it over Gaze.
Joe Calkin doing the expert comments here on Sky Sport Next. That was his son, Keegan, winning that heat from Daniel Butterworth. Lockie James were underway in the next one. This is the boys 16. Just 4 competitors, and this young man is really living up to his name as he did yesterday. James Speedy from North Harbour. By gee, he's a class act, isn't he?
He is. Loves the sport.
So a good contest. 9 in these boys 16.
Into the 16 girls we go. Oh, it's good and tight in there. Abby Simcock is really riding out of her skin this weekend. Megan Williams is often gone for the doctor, but not this weekend. Abby Simcock is not letting her go without a fight at all. Amber Robson from Cambridge in there for the 3. Hamilton, rather.
So with just 6 competitors, it's a different format for these girls because they accumulate points
the whole way.
All the way through. They don't have the final. It's whoever has the most points, so each point counts. And here comes Megan Williams. Gets across the line first. So Megan Williams picks it up from Abby Simcock. Amber Robson in 3rd spot. Taylor Arnold picks up 4th. We're into the 17 to 34-year-old males. Now, this has got 2 racks, and it is a competitive age group. World number 7, Adam Coker, out in front, but being chased hard at the moment by Scott Donaldson. Oh, here they go, neck and neck.
Oh, Coker with a beautiful first straight there. He just pushed wide, knew he had enough room to give himself a sweep through the corner. Donaldson, though, on a charge. Oh, once we update. Oh, Donaldson snuffed him on the line just by 3/100ths of a second.
Great finish from Donaldson.
Certainly was.
This is a really competitive age group. That's 17 to 34-year-olds.
Ooh. The 409 bike of Conor Mann just about got it wrong into the corner. Kieran Nardai, class rider from the age groups, just come back to the sport. He's hasn't lost any of his style. You can see him.
Mann clear. Mann gets across the line in 1st spot. In 2nd was Kieran Nardai. Jared Else was 3rd. As we make our way through now, it's wave after wave, race after race here at Bexley Park as the temperatures start to soar on the 2nd day of the National Championships competition. And Brooke Compine is out in front in the 17 to 24-year-old females, and she's doing it well.
And Caitlin Jorgantis just trying to hang on to the back of Brooke Compain, but Brooke's got it all under control at the moment. The third spot should be Tyler Shea Donaldson. She's running through there. Casey Delaney and then Melissa Ware.
On to the second rack of the 17 to 24-year-old females. And getting away well is Riley Fever from the Hara Club. Oh, there's a tumble! As behind it, makes no difference as Riley Fever now under a little bit of pressure possibly, but she's going to just cruise through and take this.
Bank some energy for the final, she will. This age group straight to the final.
9 competitors going for 8 spots, and how critical was that tumble? Fever wins McNaught and Ella Hansen.
Oh, just come together.
And Bella Wadsworth.
Ella Hansen, she's the middle generation of the Hansens that are here.
So how costly will that be in terms of the points when you're eliminating only one?
That's right. Someone's going to get dropped. We'll see who that was. They'll know what's happened.
Of course, this is the 5th moto of the day. They've got another one to come. Points continuing to accumulate. The yellow flag out on course.
Yep. Like most forms of motorsport, this is the same. Yellow flags is all. Everything's halted till the track's cleared.
We don't have the safety car coming on.
We don't have a safety car. We do not. Lewis Hamilton, fantastic this morning in qualifying for the Formula One in Portugal.
We see a few tumbles and spills in this event. It's all part and parcel of it. They make sure that the riders are safe in the first instance, then try and remove them off the track as carefully as they can so that the momentum can continue. When you consider that in this event there are 402 races before we get to the semi-finals and finals. 402 races in a day and a half's competition, and we're underway. This
and
is
a fairly small nationals.
Yeah, 400 competitors.
Oh, Timmy Ferguson getting it all wrong up the first straight, just trying to put Bagby away. In and out of the corner comes Timmy. Silver and Bagby having a discussion as well. Poor old Bagby's getting shoveled back through the field. He's hung on to it though. Timmy gone for the doctor he has at the moment. Silver's trying to get up onto the back of him. Is this a points over? Crikey, they're writing like it is.
35 to 39-year-old males. W2, that's Tim Ferguson. Gets across the line. Scott Silver second. Kirk Bagby in third place. This is the 25-year-old plus females now. Just one event. Only 8 competitors. These medals will be determined by the points that they accumulate over the course of the 6 races. This is race number 5, and Tony James. Is there anyone that can put pressure on her? I don't think so.
I don't think so. In the background, Mum will be trying, but she's a fair way off the pace at the front end of this field.
Chelsea Wadden, 100, being chased by Karina Lloyd for second, but good ride from both the two in the minor places there. Getting up first, Tony James. Chelsea Wadden takes second. Karina Lloyd in third place.
As we get going in the 40 to 44 male 20, it's Jason Wade, as he's done all weekend. Jumps into the corner sweetly and heads off down the second straight. The NZ3 plate of Derek Jelsma going with him in the second spot. Oh, the 416 just gets a little bit freaky. Zane Alexander in and out of the corner he goes. Running up in the third straight though. The skills and ability of Jason Waite just pulls a bit of real estate between him and the NZ3 plate of Derek. They're just hanging on as they run to that finish line.
The 40 to 44-year-old males, their 5th race of the competition. How's their legs holding up? Looks pretty good at the moment. As we move now to the 45 to 49-year-old age group, and getting an absolute flyer is Aaron Hooper from Christchurch. Gliding across. Looking so comfortable at the moment as well, out in front, just doing it so easy.
So he is. Mauricio Lamari having a lovely run up that third straight as well. Kept it nice and smooth, just dropping the manuals in where they needed to be.
Hooper's just cruising, isn't he? Just across the line. Hooper first. Lamari in second place. Picking up third was Shane Parker. Now we're into the second rack of the 45 to 49-year-old males. And look out here for Lee Wilson being put under pressure early, though, by 8.54. Ken Feast. Feist from...
He's a Hutt Valley Thunderbolters, Kenny Feist. He's been up in Te Awamutu for a while. I'm not sure if he's moved back to Hutt Valley Thunder or whether he's just joined the club down there.
So Wilson in second place, but Feist is going to make it. A first up win for him on day 2 of these national champs. So Feist takes it, Wilson second, third place McKersey and Melsop in fourth. We're on to the 50-year-old plus age group now.
Oh, what a nice move in the first corner. Is he going to just finish it off? Not quite, just pulls over and give him some room. Mike Head, good on him.
Mike Head and
Dave Mohi skies it.
Yeah, Mohi, who backed off in the last moto yesterday, shows now that he's a competitive man in day 2.
Yes, you never quite know with Dave Mohi, but as you can see, he's got plenty of skills for a 50-plus rider. It's amazing.
Mohi takes the win in that race. Head in second place. Berryman picking up third. We're underway now in the boys' 8-year-old. This is another competitive grade,
nice
3 racks. And this is the first of the 3. And the youngster out in front in 157, John O'Hanson from Cromwell.
Did a great move in the first corner, John O'Hanson, to sniff himself a first spot into the second corner. The NZ8's having something to say about it, though. Rico Ryan, he's up the outside. So is the second and third.
Here comes Ryan round the last turn.
Nice
going wide on that occasion was Hanson. Is he going to pay for it or not? Here comes Rico Ryan up towards the line. That's close. But Ryan gets there just from John O'Hanson. Good finish in that race. Third place, Angus Wilson.
Angus Morgan and Dylan Sarzi rounding that one out. So up into the next one we go in the 8 boys. Dropping into the corner, the NZ2 plater Cooper Murphy. There, the 822 or 322 of Oscar from Southland is on his back wheel. Running up the third straight nicely they are. Trying to make some inroads. In and out of the corner they come, the NZ2. No, it's the 677 of Hanson. It's Brooklyn Hanson. He's almost a local from just up the road. Can't quite get it done. Putting it away is Cooper Murphy. So the next rack of the 8s get going. Leon Dumbrell, Calder Joyce, Charlie Withington, Austin Stronach and Charlie Dodd. The NZ5 plate of Leon Dumbrell. Look at this. We've got NZ3, NZ5, NZ6, NZ7. It's almost last year's final. Running up the third straight they are at the moment in the 5, followed by the 6th.
Dumbrell at the moment in front. And he's going to go wide on that corner and chasing really hard in second place is Charlie Withington. Withington coming at him. Can he get across the line? No, that's a hard one to call. Nothing much in it. We're seeing some wonderful finishes in the Moto 5 on day 2. And getting up, Withington just getting it over Dumbrell. Stronach in third place.
On the replay.
Nothing much in it. Withington just getting home by 1/10 or less than 1/10 of a second. Nothing much in that at all. We're into the girls' 8s now, and this is Quinn Lindsay, another Cromwell rider.
Charlotte Zilwood, Chloe Dinsdale and Hannah McCabe. It's from one end of the country to the other. Whangarei to Southland.
Dinsdale, third ranked rider in New Zealand in second place. It's Quinn Lindsay, a group of 16 Cromwell riders that descended here at Bixley Park in Christchurch, and Lindsay's doing it well. She'll take the maximum points in this one.
Into the 9 boys we get going. The NZer, he gets going up and over. Benny Anderson in and out of the corner, putting out the big ones, heading off down the second straight. He is not letting them go though, the 386 plate. Ashton Payne, the NAC local. He hasn't let anyone get away all weekend. He's kind of been the best of the rest the whole way. Local boy, knows the track well. Ben Anderson getting to know it as the weekend goes on. Has got a bit, nice switch. He's been taught to do that.
Here comes Ashton Payne. Payne coming up on Anderson. Anderson gets there just across the line in first place. Payne second, Liam King takes third.
The local coach will be happy to see that. That's a taut move in and out of that last corner. We lost one.
tumble there in the second rack of the boys' 9, and taking advantage of that is Max Hey from the Sunset Coast. And Hey has really got no real challenges being forced on him at the moment. He's clear, coming through in second place. Having a good run is Timothy Creswell. Good effort from Creswell in second.
There's some great evenings being had at the Sunset Coast, looking at the sunset out towards the west coast of New Zealand. Fantastic track for the view up the top where we all camp.
So, again, points being valuable in that race. So, Minerva takes fourth, Bickley fifth, and of course the crash involved Blake Harwood and Blake Hodder.
He's up and going. Molly and his dad helping him. He was recognised yesterday for his efforts as an administrator of our sport by getting the Administrator of the Year, so that's fantastic. Molly's dad.
So here's Blake Hodder coming in to collect some points. Good to see them back on the bikes and continuing on.
Yep. It's a Nelson rider, I believe that is the NN.
This is Blake Harwood, who will come in and also complete the event.
Nixon Banks skying it over the first jump. Gets it down just in time though, and in and out of the corner of the jump flex sponsored Nixon Banks. He's riding with some attitude this weekend, is Nixon. It's good to see. Running into the corner second. Back up the second straight. The NZ8 plate hot on his heels.
So these youngsters are inspired by some of the legends in the sport that we've had over the years. We've had a number of national age group champions that have appeared on the world scene, right through to our star performer in BMX, Sarah Wilson.
Sarah Walker.
Sarah Walker.
You're looking down at your sheet at the same time.
Sarah Walker. It's great that Sarah's tuned into the coverage here
she's on the live stream.
And enjoyed the live stream coming to you on Sky Sport Next. A great ambassador for the sport, multi-world champion as well as we get underway in the next event, and making a flyer.
Holly Nilsson from the North Harbour Club. She's getting running in this one. Going nicely in and out of the corner. The 723's gone with her. Kiana McHugh from Nelson. Amazing thing about the Nationals, they all come together from right across the country. So cool. Remain friends, catch up at the next Nationals if they don't see each other again at this one. Lucas Martini won the ramp in that one with a 1.385 down the ramp and a 1.502 for Cooper Harvey. Callum Matheson next with a 1.515. Dropping into the corner. The NZ4 of Martini just getting it done nicely.
From the Mountain Raiders Club is Martini, being chased by Callum Matheson though.
Great skills on that busy third straight. Just keeping it all together. Milking the speed out of it, not having to work too hard because he's working the backsides of the jumps.
This is the boys' 10s. So getting across the line comfortably in that event was Martini. Here we are into the next one. These races come at you so quickly. There are 3 racks of the boys' 10s. This is the second of them.
Riley Smart just smoking up the inside there, but they're 3 wide up the third straight. 3 wide is great to watch. The 822 doing the best of it. Getting up and around the corner he was.
Here's Caleb White, 822. Look at him go. Fantastic finish. Great effort. Gets across clear air in second place. So that's a good ride from Caleb White.
Oh, right. The next rack gets going with Charlie Liza from Cromwell. The 444 plate running up and into the corner. Looking for the switch, the NZ5 of Case Silver, the new Plymouth boy. He made the switch nicely. Let's see if he can get up and drop into the corner. Oh, Charlie's just hanging on. Charlie with the inside line gets the best of it. Let's see if he can switch out of here. Case, he'll be trying.
One of 3 members of the Liza family competing in these championships. Charlie Liza turns the corner. His father told me earlier today he had to get them all organised this morning, get the drinks ready, get the bikes cleaned. And I'll tell you what, he's got a clean bike going across the line for Charlie Liza to take that one out. Good effort, considering Case Silver has got NZ5 plate on his bike in second place. Seb Stetner in third.
And Nicola Mapu leaves the gate like a bullet at the moment, heading up. Hanging on to it up the second straight with their NZ2 plate, the NZ3 right beside her. All working nicely, Betty Walker and Nicola Mapu. The Waikato, not club mates, but region mates. Into the corner though, Nicola Mapu's grown another legs over the winter. Down the last straight she goes, Beth Walker, the NZ6 in there as well of Molly Buckley. It's a hot to trot moto for your first one of the morning. The next one of the 10 girls gets going with Maya Prescott, Mackenzie Fahey, Ada Begg, Maggie Cannon, Holly Tribble, Catalina Morris, Grace Kerr and Emmy Summers. And looking up from the sheet you can see Maggie Cannon with the NZ1 heading off into the second corner.
Emmy Summers in second place, NZ4 for her from Mountain Raiders. But Meg Cannon, who was so good yesterday, has continued that hot form into day two.
Just running nicely down that straight.
Yeah, just takes the pressure off. Now knows that she's in front, gets across the line. That's the girls' team. We're into the 11 and 12 cruiser males.
All right, the little tykes on big bikes heading into the corner. There's going to be Bruno Namidi dropping in there nicely. Dinsdale hard on his heels. Maxie Richardson, Tom Coleman and Tyler Dinsdale.
If you're new to BMX, the difference between the cruisers and the standard BMX, it's the size of the wheel. This is 24-inch wheels versus the 20-inch wheels. And Bruno Namidi, the size of the wheels makes no difference to him.
No. They just behave a little differently on the track. The big wheels, the big circumference makes quite a difference to the feel of the way the bike behaves on the track.
Dinsdale getting up for second in that event, and Coleman will pick up third. Into the 13 and 14 cruisers, and Lewis Atkinson being chased hard now by Matthew Haig. In third place is Hamish Earl from Cromwell. We gave him credit yesterday for being the son of the Olympic gold medalist, which I was completely wrong about. When you think of Cromwell, you think of Earls. Well, this one here has done well. Hamish Earl, he will come in third, coming in third place, but Lewis Atkinson takes that one out from Matthew Haig. And Hamish Earl in the 13 and 14 cruisers. This is the second rack of them.
Yep, they'll be going to a final this afternoon. The NZ1 plater Cooper Richardson's got it going at the moment. The North Harbour rider. Be great to see them a bit later on. Cooper Richardson and Lewis Atkinson. Dallas Douglas, Zachary Arnold, Casey Walker and Max Van Dyke.
Well, this is Zachary Arnold in 5:41. Look at him chase. He knows that the points are critical, and he gets there in second place. Good work, Cooper Richardson. New Zealand's number one in the 13 to 14 cruiser. Takes it out. This is the 15 to 16 cruisers now.
James Speedy double classing. We just saw him out winning the motor of the 16 boys. And here he is sitting second, just cruising along, keeping the legs loose in the cruiser.
Lewis Hunt out in front, NZ3. In behind him, James Speedy, NZ4, chasing hard, but he knows that there's no real pressure on at the moment. Here he comes, making an effort though. It's a late charge, but Lewis Hunt takes it. Speedy in second place across the line, and third was Lockie James.
So leaving the gate this time, we got the 13 to 24. Big age group spread in the female cruiser. Caitlin Jorgantis grabs it and heads off down the second straight. The NZ6 of Taylor Arnold, Tauranga rider, right in behind her. Working their way up.
Just 6 competitors in this age group, and Caitlin Jorgantis clearly in front round that last bend. NZ6 is Taylor Arnold coming at her now. Good charge from Arnold, but not quite. A little bit too late. But Jorgantis gets there. Arnold in second place. Talia Nelson third. 17 to 34. Cruiser male now. This is Moto 5, day 2 of The New Zealand BMX Championships being brought to you on Sky Sport Next by First Window and Doors. Great to have your company today as the temperatures start to soar in Christchurch. Adam Coker. How good is this guy?
All class, Adam Coker. Quality human.
He gets across the line first. Bradley Thompson in second place. Matty Young third. 35 to 39-year-old cruiser male. Just 5 competitors and getting away to an absolute flyer in this one. NZ1, Kirk Bagby.
Oh, let's see if Dinsdale's got anything to say about it. Lance Dinsdale doing the best he can to get onto the back of the ex-elite rider, Kurt Bagby. Bagby done a lot of riding around the world, a lot in Australia, a lot here. Dinsdale just a dad who's taken it up, so they're up against it when you come against those boys.
So into this next event.
Tony James grabs it and goes, as she does in the 20-inch as well. Looking comfortable on both bikes, she is.
World number 5, Tony James in front. Out on her own, very comfortably. Tamron Hurren-Webster in 2:07 behind. But this is just a canter for Tony James. So good on day one. And so good for her first effort on day 2. We're now into the 40 to 44-year-old cruiser males. We talk about performing on the world stage. Of course, we've had Mark Willers, third in 2011 at the World Champs in the Elite Men, second in 2013. We know the name Sarah Walker so well, being world champion in 2009, silver in 10, silver in 2011. She was first in the World Elite Cruisers in 2007.
I think that might have been the last time. Just around there is where they dropped the cruisers from the elite ranks.
And then double champion. She was also the cruiser champion in 2009. And of course, we've had Jessie Smith, world champion in 2019 in Belgium. So the world champs are held in different spots around the world as we move through this 5th round of events at the National Championships.
This Factory Daz comes across in the 2nd spot. These guys will be going to a final. That'll be a humdinger. Nigel Coughlin, he grabbed that from Factory, and then Aaron Hodder. The next rack lets them go. We've got Richie McLaughlin, Dion Newth, Greg Hughes and Rick Houghton. Just the 4 of them in this one. Around the corner they go, and Newth stamping his authority over Richie at the moment. But Richie, come final time, he knows a thing or two about conserving energy and dropping it on the big show.
So the Rotorua rider, Dion Newth, 7th in the world. No problems at all for him. McLaughlin 2nd.
Oh,
Hughes
it's a tight
3rd.
one. Tight one for 3-4.
Helton gets the 4th spot.
All right, running up here, Carl Berryman from Capital City. He's stretched himself out of lead at the moment. Mikey Nardai in for the 2. I heard a sneaky rumour that Warren Boggess, our Presidente chairman, was going to sit today out, but I'll believe that when I see it. So around the corner, heading for the finish line, is going to be Carl Berryman. He's got no real challenges in his tail lights.
Let's see who's at the gate for the next event.
Oh, there he is. Boggy did go out. Good on you, son.
There he is at number 51, the president of New Zealand BMX. George Hattis will be difficult to beat in this one, and he's got away well. Boggess in 2nd place. How will these guys pull up on day 2?
Oh, yeah, a little bit of lubrication last night, I'm sure, would have helped them out.
We look at the number of tracks around New Zealand that are starting to spring up as we see coming across the line George Hattis from Dunedin. Boggess hanging on for 2nd place, and gliding across the line in 3rd spot was Robbie Rutty, and John Hansen 4th. Rob Graham picks up 5th as we look now for the
juniors.
junior men, and this has got...
I don't believe Blake Day's come back after the big digger yesterday.
Well, we saw the great contest between Rico Bierman and Bennett Grenoff. And these two, there's nothing in it between these two.
Every lap's a runoff.
Bierman.
Oh, Bierman with the best of the first straight this time. He's up and around. Let's see if Grenoff can make the switch. They're up and they're over. They're side by side, jumping it nicely. Keep the last one low. In and out of the corner goes Bierman. He's looking the best of it today. Grenoff seeing what he can do to get onto the back, but the class of Rico Bierman at the moment has got it all sorted. Down the last straight he comes. It gets busy at the speed. These straights over the last they go, and Bierman grabs it from Grenoff.
Well, it was a head-to-head right from the start, wasn't it? He got away well, did Rico Bierman, and never really allowed Grenoff to get in contact. And here is the last race in the Moto 5, the first round of events on day 2. And this is the junior women: Olivia Levins, Ruby Laidlaw, Holly Oldham, Carpety for Levins, Southland for Laidlaw, Alexandra for Oldham. We saw Oldham yesterday being the dominant rider, and we're seeing her again today. Out in front, Ruby Laidlaw in second place. In third, Olivia Levins. But here comes Oldham from the Alexandra Club. We talk about the rural clubs around New Zealand. It's a strong club in Central Otago. You start thinking about where this sport has come from, and back in 1981 we saw the first New Zealand national BMX championships. There's a good crowd here today. We're into the second wave. I wonder whether or not living in rural areas has something to do with it. We talk about Sarah Walker. She was born in Whakatane, grew up in Karorau, and you know, it's not always about the city slickers, is it? This is a sport that really caters for country kids, and we're seeing a lot of country rural areas represented here at the New Zealand Championships.
Statistically, it is the country, the people from the small towns, statistically across all sports. Connor Fields, who's our current gold medalist from a small rural town outside of Las Vegas, in Las Vegas now, but statistically, I believe, medal winners are from small towns. Mark
Willers, another one
Cambridge
that has done so well on the world scene, selected to represent New Zealand at the 2008 and 2012 Summer Olympics, where he reached the semi-final in 2012. He was around that top echelon for so long.
He was
on the world scene. We know about Sarah Walker with what she's done, that 12 national titles that she won between 1999 and 2011. I mean, she was almost invincible, wasn't she, at this level?
Certainly at her peak in those times, yes. And through the age group racing at the World Champs is really, we punch well above our weights, as we do in a lot of sports, but in this one in particular, we really pull some numbers.
Luke Buckley, the youngster, this is the Sprockets 5-year-old. The kids being introduced to this sport, often by their parents who become fans of the sport, and we've seen them sprinkled around the ground with the tents and the people that we've got here. It's a great crowd. It's a family atmosphere.
This format this afternoon is going to lend itself. They're starting to line up around the fences now, but this afternoon when finals time come, they'll be 3 deep round the fence. And this old school format, as we'll call it, is what lends itself to that, instead of the sessions. If you have sessions with a couple of hundred riders, the atmosphere is not there, but it's going to be white hot this afternoon, as every single age group runs through their finals, and the noise will increase down the sides of these orange fences. It's a great show.
It's competitive, but you see the family atmosphere, and you see people having fun around the outside, the picnics going, the barbecues out there, the sunscreen going on, and the youngsters getting into action. It's competitive, but it's fun.
It is fun.
Here's the young man that is in the Sprocket 6, Baden Prescott, who's having a bit of fun because he's out in front in this event, and he'll get across the line in first spot. No points being recorded. This is around the participation area encouraging these youngsters to get involved, to learn some skills, learn about the techniques and the tactics that go on at racing at this level. It's the start of the pathway for them. 286 is Ryder Stewart. He's in the Sprocket Boys 6 as well. This is event 339 out of what we've got today. 402 races in a day and a half. Can you believe it? What other sport would have this level of activity coming at you thick and fast?
We've had people come along to watch our kids race and end up sitting there all day and just watch the show.
There's no shortage of action. This is a Sprockets 7. Soon as the last event finished, the next starts. Down the gate they go here on this lime track. It's been watered this morning. The temperatures are going to rise. It's warm at the start. 23 degrees when racing got underway just under an hour ago. Here in Christchurch at Bexley Park, out near the seaside suburb of New Brighton.
And the flags are lying limp at this time of the day. Yesterday they were up. I thought the sea breeze might kick in, but it hasn't. They're lying dead limp. It's going to cook up, but it's going to be fast and furious this afternoon.
Tyler Cochran getting there from Harlan Bickley from Alexandra. Here's the Sprockets 7-year-old Moto 6. That means it's the 6th event that these competitors, these riders have been in. When does the tiredness set in? We're at the stage, are you invincible?
Yeah,
are you bulletproof?
Right. Who stayed up too late last night? Mum and dads would have been shoveling them into the bed nice and early. Do they wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed?
Jai Martini out in front.
Just doing it nicely, learning the skills. He races with some attitude.
Nixon Murphy in behind from North Canterbury. But Martini, 7:25, will come across the line in first place. Here it is, the girls 6 and 7 Sprockets.
Oh, look at that. We've got a bit of speed on this time. Running up into there. We might be 3 wide into the corner.
Ruby Buckley.
She's done well this weekend, Ruby.
She's going to get caught on the inside. No, not quite. She had
about
enough pace and power coming around. Took the top side of that bend.
I think Skylar might have been having a little bit of a look just to shove the bike in there.
So Skylar Hansen from North Canterbury.
One of the 3 generations of Hansen that are here, all on the bike. Talia got right through to the elite level.
Buckley rounds the corner, has a little look behind. Pedaling hard on that corner was Skylar Hansen. But Buckley too good in the 6 and 7 girls. Moto 6 on day 2. This is the next rack of the 6 and 7 girls before we head into the 11-year-old boys, and it gets more competitive here. But I'll tell you what, showing some
Ellie Morgan,
real competitive spirit is Ellie Morgan from the North Avon Club. That is right here. This is her club. She's at home.
And showing it.
Knows what to do. What a flyer she got.
Certainly at her first straight. I don't know if I've seen her come against Ruby Buckley yet. They might have one more turn where they come together, and that'll be great learning for both of them to come together and run their way through the course.
Ellie Morgan enjoying it now. She knows she's well in front. She's going to be competitive right through to the end. Pedals hard.
As the 11-year-old boys leave the gate and things really speed up, that looks a bit like Tainted Theory getting to me up and over. Let's see if he drops in there. It is Tainted Theory. He's come round. Oh, they're after him like a seagull after a chip. Tain's going to have to carry on this one all the way to the finish because they're all behind him. Oh, he's slipped it back. The 823's grabbed it. Nico Kogan's gone after him. So Nico's grabbed it now. Tain working his way back through the pack instead of forward. He's up to the 3, back to the 3, I should say. Bryson Joyce to slip by him as well. In and out of the corner, Nico Kogan.
Yeah, this is a great effort from Kogan. He's just timed his ride perfectly. Good technique, gets there. This is a competitive age group, 3 racks. Wanting to make that top 16, then it's the top 4 in each of the 2 semi-finals that will make it through to the Dead Man's final later this afternoon. We'll have all that action here for you on Sky Sport Next. Don't go away because we're into the second rack of them at the moment.
As Levi Banks makes a great job of the second straight, pulls himself up into first, but the NZ3 plate, he's going to chase him, Daniel Mason. I think these two were against each other last time, and it was the other way around this time. Banks pulls straight in front of Mason. You're going to have to come around me if you want to, says Banks. He's just going to hang on to this one, I think. Mason for the 2. Nice ride, Levi Banks.
Yeah, Levi Banks gets the job done. Daniel Mason second. Marcus Franklin in third place. We go on to the last rack of the boys' 11. And already the early lead goes the way of Bruno Namidi. Being chased hard though by Deacon Connor. It's Namidi in front. Here comes Connor. Look how hard he's working. Just didn't get his timing quite right. And it's cost him. Down the back, and they turn for the final straight now. Namidi in front. Connor chasing hard, but Namidi will go across the line in first place.
Connor would have had a heart flutter when he bonked the manual, as we call it.
Brock Marshall takes out third, remembering it's the points that they carry through to determine the 16 that'll progress through to the semi-finals. It's the girls' 11. Now, just 6 competitors, so it's all about points. And looking for maximum points and doing it well as Madeline Hunter.
Well, she didn't have it all her own way in the first rack this morning, but she's made amends on this one.
Here's Millie Waite in second. Hunter pedalling hard round the final curve now, using that technique up and over and going on to win it. Madeline Hunter in first place. In the second is Millie Waite, third Millie Ellis.
All right, dropping in here. Maxie Richardson's going to try and get himself a moto win in the last moto of the weekend. Maxie Richardson's getting it done nicely into the corner. The 303 dropping in behind him is Regan Smith. Jammed up tight and behind him they are. Maxie Richardson's made a break.
This is the boys' 12. It's the first of the 3 racks. We look forward to maximum points here, and it's going to be a great battle up the straight. Regan Smith, 303, takes the lead, being chased hard by Max Richardson, but it's Smith who gets there.
Nice race, boys.
Regan Smith first, Richardson second, Tony Gambrell is third. This is the second rack. They come at you thick and fast.
Corbin Manava's grabbed that one up the first straight, the NZ3 plate. Luke Brooks-Smith not there, obviously, after his big digger in the first moto yesterday.
Fred Cooper in second, wearing the colours of the Christchurch club.
Jacob Shaw, I think it might be the Dunedin boy in there for the 3.
I think the places are pretty well sorted in this one.
Oh, the 110 plate with a beautiful last straight, Freddie Cooper. I think he got up for it. Fred Cooper did.
Yeah, Manava in second, Jacob Shaw in third. Onto the last rack now. The third of the 3, NZ6, Tommy Coleman from Kapiti. Gets away well and is being chased really hard here, though, by Jack Young.
There is no, in this particular age group, I don't think there's any clear winner. There's no clear dominant force. So come final time, this one is going to be a cracker. Remember the 12
race,
there's
nothing much in it either. I mean, it is Coleman who just gets there on the line. Oh, in fact, it might have been Young that got there on the line. Yeah, line call, really. Young gets there, but only just by 3/100ths of a second ahead of Tommy Coleman. Tyler Dinsdale in third place. This is the girls' 12 now. Just 7 competitors, and Molly Inia, who has been just an absolute standout, continues that white-hot form. Almost like she owns the track here.
Doesn't look like she's ever straining. Watching Sarah Walker ride was one of these. Never ever looked like Sarah was in any hurry to get anywhere, but she'd win. Just a style that's so smooth and efficient that it never looks rushed.
The Paul Kelly Motor Company Boys 13. There are 3 racks of those. This is their Moto 6, the 6th race of these championships, and out in front, flying at the moment, Flynn Cogan.
Old Finney, he's getting it done nicely. Just starting to have some fun and jump in. He knows it's the last moto. He knows he's just got to get home,
well, he's
get it sorted.
This, putting plenty of air between himself and the ground as well.
Nice jump.
Look
Here
at
he
the
goes.
form of him.
And then this one. Whop. Just fun. Landing it perfectly on the landing spot. No over jump, no under jump. So much harder than it looks. They make it look easy. Brocky Nelson, not to be outdone. He's going to do the same thing. Dropping it in nicely. Bonks a bit of a manual there. Brock didn't quite get the pull up high enough.
Jack Gebby in second place.
He's been a standout this weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, this is going to be a very competitive semi-finals. Of course, anything can happen. The top four in each semi-final will make it through. But Brock Nelson takes that one out. Jack Gebby second, Angus Thompson third.
Anything can happen, and usually does, as we say in BMX.
This is the third of the three racks for the boys 13 and Cooper Richardson.
He'll be happy to stealing this one off Tyler Waite.
He hasn't stole it yet. Tyler Waite won't give it away. NZ4 versus NZ1. That means it's the fourth ranked rider in New Zealand for this age group against the first ranked rider, and coming through on the inside is Tyler Waite. He's chasing hard. Richardson going ahead and will get across the line just in front of Waite. Nothing much in it. This is going to be a wonderful semi-finals and finals. We've got plenty of action to look forward to.
Tyler Waite's third straight is incredible. So Lily Grenoff grabs this one and goes. Renee Coleman-Savage will be going with her. Into the corner we'll go. The NZ1 plate is going to follow them in. Gracie Owen, the Pydal girl. So up the third straight. Nice to see Lily Grenoff putting some skills in. A few more manuals, a few more jumps. We need these girls to get off the ground. It's what we need to do. Sarah Walker was so dominant because she could jump.
NZ4, Lily Grenoff takes that one out. And in second place, it was Renee Coleman-Savage, Gracie Owen third. We move on to the boys 14.
Looks like Benny James has grabbed that one up the first straight. The 8 plate behind him being Matthew Haig from Waitakere, just dropping in nicely. After that, James Watson, the Cromwell rider. Or is it Adam Corney? Might be Corney, actually. There's 2 777s in there. Now, these guys run 777 because that was Mark Willer's career number.
8:06, no problems for Benny James. So James in first spot takes that one out. Matthew Haig second, Adam Corney third.
Ronan McCursey had a great run up the first straight, but he's been blown by, I think that might be the 3 plate that has come by him of Bimmy. So McCursey been riding well this weekend. Cooper Marshall's the best of the rest, running up the third straight. Nicely goes Bimmy.
No pressure on him now. He knows that. He'll just make sure that he makes no error. Being chased hard. Good contest for second place. Bimmy takes the win. In second place was Cooper Marshall. Ronan McCursey was third. Hunter Sterling Lindsay fourth. The boys 14. This is the last rack of the 3.
And Louis the Fly grabs that one as he goes on. Looks like he's tidied up his first corner a little bit. Yesterday he was heading out to the Pro Set land. He's tidied up the tight line on the way out.
Where does the fly come from? Is that because he's a flyer?
His mum started calling him Louis the Fly when we were commentating. So.
Well, he's got
His
a
name's
flyer.
Lewis Atkinson.
Yeah, he's got a flyer though, hasn't he?
He has got a flyer.
He's got an absolute flyer. Cameron Lang chasing hard in second spot. Atkinson takes that one out. Lang second. Will Skipper third. Gabrielle Robertson fourth place. This is the girls 14 and 15-year-olds.
That's a nice finish for Will Skipper. That might get him up where he needs to be.
Layla Walker, look at her. How good is this youngster? I know in behind her you've got a pretty talented young rider as well in JD Lily Lees. But Walker takes after her namesake, doesn't she?
She does, and for the same reason, when she's out in front, she doesn't stop popping down the skills. She jumps and pumps and manuals. Doesn't just pump it home like a lot of them do. There was a great run for third, fourth there. I think there was. Let's see who picked it up. Looks like Brooke Cohen over Lily Candy. Yep, we've got some action out front. Jack Grenoff.
Yeah, when you've got NZ1 on your plate, you know that you've got some competitors behind you that will be worried about you. And they don't need to worry about this man too much. Well, he doesn't need to worry about himself either, because look at this. This is a really impressive ride in the boys 15. There are 2 racks of those, and Grenoff goes comfortably across the line in first place. Jesse James Green second, Train Austin in third. Oh, there's a tumble here in the boys 15. Remember, There is 10 competitors going for 8 spots. How critical will that be? They're back on their bikes.
Get up and go is what they'll be trying to do.
Well, they know that there's only 8 that can go through out of the 10 entries, and they get competition points to carry through in each of the motos. 6 in total. This is the 6th one. And taking advantage is Kieran McKersey of that tumble behind him. Griffin Curtis in second place. McKersey takes the win in first. Curtis in second, and then we'll have to wait for the other riders to come through. And
Lewis Hunt's picking himself up and dusting himself off. The 201 player Zach Curtis picked himself up as well. They run through to the final.
Well, they take the points that they get. So Thomas Coleman Savage in third place. And you look for Lewis Hunt and Zach Curtis. 201 coming up now is Zach Curtis.
So I don't know that it'll hurt either. Lewis Hunt, I think he's got plenty of points running through. It will affect his lane pick, though. As he goes in, he won't be picking up and high in the order as he would have. So history would tell us that will put him on the outside of the lanes, and he'll have a harder job up the first straight.
2:34, Lewis Hunt will come across the line and complete. Will still pick up points. Obviously not as many if he had finished higher up. And the more points you get, the higher the position you qualify in, which then means that you get the choice of the lane draw here come finals or semi-finals time. Joe, I asked you it yesterday. You've had a chance to talk to some of the competitors. Which lane? Which lane do you pick?
They're saying 2's the straightest lane to the corner. 1 runs out. 3's not too bad. 2, 3, 4, you're starting to get wide, because if you get hung out to dry on this first corner, it being so tight, then you are hung out to dry. So we'll see where they pick once because we'll see the order in here.
Look at this for a finish. Oh. This is the boys' 16. And nothing much in that at the finish line. Getting it narrowly. Jade Dale from Lockie James and Jackson James Gaze in third spot.
Cade with the terrible haircut puts away the last moto. I hope Keeg's not burning himself out here. This is his last moto, and he's working harder than he should be.
When you hear about Keegs, that's Keegan Calkin. It's the voice of his father that you hear beside me here. Joe Calkin looking at NZ3. Keegan gets up and takes that one. He'll qualify in close to the top spot.
I think he might be the top spot now. He'll be in here asking me what to pick. It's easier when the others pick.
He'll be into the commentary box saying, Dad, where do I go? The response is, Keegan, you're old enough, you work it out yourself.
That's definitely the response, but he won't take that one. We'll want a discussion.
It's the girls' 16 now. There are 6 riders in this event. And getting away well, out in first place is Megan Williams from Rotorua.
Oh, Abby Simcock throwing in some really good skills. So good to see these girls jumping and manualing.
Simcock riding hard, but it's the Rotorua rider Williams that takes it. Simcock second, Amber Robson in third place, Tyler Arnold fourth. Now, let's see Adam Coker again. This is the 17 to 34-year-old males. He has been a standout. You don't get to be 7th in the world if you're only an average rider.
No, you have to be a bit above average to pull these guys. A lot of them in these age groups have been ex-elites. They've come back and just riding age group. Some of them ride masters and some ride age groups. So when you're World 7 and you're pulling against those guys.
NZ 7 in behind is Cody Keach. Oh, it's a good battle for the second place. Coker clear in front. Cody Keach gets second.
Jared Elston Donaldson back for a fourth. He won't be too happy with that.
Yes, well, we haven't seen Scotty Donaldson out of the places so far in this championship, in these championship events, which have taken place over 2 days of competition. Kieran Ngātai, the rider
from the Tauranga Club.
Yeah, Tauranga. Yeah, this is a good contest. Though,
he's
being
left
put
the
in by
door
Connor
open,
Mann.
Ngātai. Don't leave the door
comes
open.
Through 409. Connor Mann gets away from Ngātai. Ngātai left to settle for second place. What a good finish there, though, from Connor Mann. Takes out the 17 to 34-year-old male second race. This is the 17 to 24-year-old females, I should say. And getting away well, Ella Hansen, 101.
Obviously not feeling the fix of her big digger in the last one. Ella was one of the ones spread across the pro set.
Melissa Ware in behind, NZ5.
Ella deciding to take the front and stay out of trouble in this one.
Weir's chasing hard though, but don't think there's going to be too much problems here for Ella Hansen. She's going to have to work through to the end, and she does. Second place. We see coming through Weir, and then Casey Thompson Delaney in third, ahead of Tessa McNaught. This is the second rack of the 17 to 24, and Brooke Compain
again.
Well, she's got an excellent start.
Yep, I thought Caitlin Jorgandis might have something more to say about that, but there's just no match for Brooke Compain. She's really stretching it out this time. It's going to go to a final.
Jorgandis in second space is Claire Taylor Shea Donaldson in third. Here's the 35 to 39-year-old males.
Ooh. Bagby, Ferguson, Silver, Fergie with the world too.
So Ferguson leads.
Bagby again shovel back. It's been all action. These three have been going at it.
Silver second.
Ex-elite riders. They don't know how to put away their competitive side and just pull sideways and let someone through.
Bagby,
it's all about elbows
hard,
out.
but they stay in the order that they turned that last corner in, and it is Ferguson first, Silver second, Bagby in third place, the females 25 plus. And look for Tony James. You don't have to look hard, you don't have to look far. She's the one out in front.
At the pointy end, Karina Lloyd will be chasing her as well as Chelsea Watton. They go at it all the time, these girls. Good bit of grudge match going on. It's good stuff. Tony's got the best of it this weekend.
Karina Lloyd
stretching out of it.
Karina Lloyd chasing hard round the final corner into the straight.
Oh, the world Karina
number 4.
Lloyd.
Here's Lloyd chasing on to James, but James gets there. Lloyd in second place, picking up third spot. Chelsea Watton.
Alrighty, the 40-44s get going. Lance Joyce, Jason Waite, Zane Alexander, Alex Pedersen, Derek Jalsma, and Andrew Badman. And Waite, as he's done all weekend, waits for no one.
Well, this event has really progressed. 320 riders were entered back in the first championships in February 1981 in Wainuiomata. We've got over 400 here today. I know at times there's been some big numbers in these national championships. 1,400, can you believe it, in 1984. This year, slightly curtailed by the coronavirus and the lack of events. Jason Waite takes that one out from Derek Jalsma, Andrew Badman. Now we're into the next event, and
45-49.
Yeah, getting away well.
Aaron Hooper
has done well as Aaron Hooper.
There's only one North Islander in this rack, Darcy Malsop from Wellington. He's only just a North Islander. The rest from down here, it's definitely an NAC derby. These guys must have some great club nights.
Yeah, so Thornley in second place. Hooper takes it out from the Christchurch club. Thornley from North Avon club is in second place. Darcy Malsop in third from the club based up there at the Capital in Wellington.
Oh, Kenny Fice missing the backside into the corner, hangs onto it though.
Don't think it's going to matter.
No, he's got it nicely stitched up. Lee Wilson doing his best to chase. Mauricio Lamari.
Wonder what his pizza cooking skills are like.
He might actually be Colombian, given that he's running the 100 plate of Mariana Payon.
So Vice takes it, Wilson second, Lamari third, Les Gamble in fourth spot.
Oh, look at that. Little bit of a shoulder to the ribs. See you later. Oh, yes, there we go. Dave Mohi showing at any moment he can jump anything he wants to.
Mike Head out in front. Mohi in second spot. Can he make any impression up the straight? He's not even trying.
Not going to bother.
He's just going to glide his way through. And the win goes to Mike Head, NZ1 from Dave Mohi and George Hadis in third. Now we're back to the 8-year-old boys. There are 3 racks, of course, as we've mentioned before. Points are oh so crucial when you're looking for one of those valuable semi-final spots.
Yes, 7 age groups with semi-finals. That adds up to 14 racks. Which will
NZ2,
follow
Cooper
after
Murphy.
a break after the end of this moto. There'll be a break and then we'll be into the semis. 14 racks. Heartbreak Hotel, semi-final BMX racing.
It's unforgiving stuff. NZ2, Cooper Murphy. Look at the technique. It's pretty impressive.
For 8-year-old boys, fairly
Murphy
impressive.
takes it out. John O'Hanson second. Brooklyn Hanson in third place.
So 4 go through and the rest join the fans in the stands, as my mate says.
There's plenty of fans in the stands today as the tents are littered around this Bexley Park facility here in New Brighton in Christchurch. 321 Angus Morgan. This is his home track here at North Avon Club. The youngster in the boys 8. Morgan out in front. Some challenges going on for the minor placings, but no problems there for Morgan. Charlie Withington in second. Austin Stronach picks up third.
And the last rack of them get going. The NZ5 plate of Liam Dumble runs into the corner and out again. Sazi, I think it might be, picking up the 2. No, it's the 3 plate picking up the 2 of Calder Joyce.
Yeah, Calder Joyce isn't going to give this one away.
No, he's not. Round they go nicely back up into there.
Here's Dumbbell.
Just stretched out, isn't he, Dumbbell, up that 3rd straight.
Yeah, this is a good ride from the youngster, the 8-year-old. NZ5, Leon Dumbbell from New Plymouth gets the job done.
Technique so important up that 3rd straight to see if you can get any inroads. If
Calder,
you're behind, it's not over.
Calder Joyce second, Rico Ryan in 3rd spot.
Oh, this is close. Chloe Dinsdale just round underneath Quinn, I think it is this time. Chloe Dinsdale just pulled ahead. The 832 of Hannah McCabe up. Geez, they've swapped places this time. The 793 of Quinn Lindsay, who has been owning this morning, just not getting it done today. And this lap, rather, Chloe Dinsdale.
Well, it just shows you how form can change from one race to another. We've seen some riders that have been in here that have dominated race after race after race, and then we've seen other ones where they win a race and then they struggle in the next one.
It does. That 12 boys is going to be incredible.
So Chloe Dinsdale goes across the line in 1st spot. We're into the boys 9 now. There are 3 different heats, 3 different racks in this age group, sponsored by Smooth Air Products.
So in and out of the corner they go. The yellow plates, the NZ winner, Benny Anderson. He has been impressive, the city boy. Cresswell giving him a bit of trouble out of the corner. See if Cresswell can set up a run. Oh, it's tight for the 3rd spot. 2nd and 3rd, it's going to be all go to the run. Benny Anderson, Cresswell.
Creswell never gave it away. He was pedaling hard right to the end, but Anderson takes it. Creswell second, Anderson third, Lindop fourth.
All right, in they go. So we've just had an update from Claire. Louis the Fly came from Steve Kennedy, who used to be one of our announcers.
386 in this event is Ashton Payne. Well, he's making it a pain for the rest of the opposition. I mean, I know it's a play on word. We've got speedies and pains and flies and all sorts of things that we've had here as the names keep coming at us. The riders keep coming at us. The races keep coming at us. 386, Ashton Payne riding hard in behind him, putting a real effort in for
Max.
2nd place is Max. Hey. And Liam King takes 3rd from Austin Mortimer.
Oh, it's a good run up the 1st straight, and this one looks like one of the Banksy boys in the Jump Flex trampolines shirts who's getting going. Nixon.
We talk about the names and the connotations. Well, you've got the banks on the scores, haven't you? And it's often about what line you take.
It is.
And you talked me through this yesterday, Joe, that some courses you go high, some courses you go low. Sometimes you try and get that inside running so you can get the jump on the rider in front of you, if you can just get it right, well, this young fella doesn't have to worry too much because he's led from start to finish, Nixon Banks, in this race. Look at the battle for second, though.
It's all on in the background, isn't it? Oh, just a nice, again, the skills to pay the bills, up to third straight.
Kate Minerva in second place, Jade Buckley third, Alex Hamilton in fourth spot.
If you can carry that momentum out of that last corner and use the skills to get up the straight, it pays divvies for you for sure.
Girls 9. There are 6 competitors, and the leader, Holly Nilsson, from the North Harbour Club. We've got them from the top of the North Island to the bottom of the South Island. Here competing on day 2 of the National BMX Championships at Bexley Park in Christchurch. 1-1-1. Well, she's got this 1-1 as well. It is Holly Nilsson going up and taking the event out. And in second place, it was Kiana McCoo, and Courtney Smith will pick up third.
First rack of the 10 boys gets going. Out of the corner and down the second straight, Riley Smart just hanging on to this one from Caleb White. From memory, Caleb had a great finish in the last one, so we'll see if he can do anything about Mr. Smart.
Well, he's got the Canterbury colours on. He's from the North Canterbury Club. Riley Smart out in front, turns the final bend, and chasing in behind him is Caleb White. White trying to make an impression, but Smart will get across the line in first place with a good effort. White second, and picking up third was Cooper Harvey.
Okay, the next one, the 10 boys, Lucas Martini, Luca Abdul-Malak, Cohen Ludlam, Seb Stedner, Ryan Hurringham, Ben Shaw. Oh, they're still spread across the track behind him. The man in front's taken off Mr. Martini, I believe it'll be, but in behind him, they're still 3 and 4 wide for the minors. There's obviously spots still on for the final because they're trying at it. Seeing if they can pick up those minor spots. A few points here and there, as you say, Paul, is all you need.
Martini across the line in first place, and he'll be right up towards the top of the qualifiers in that event. Picking the lane draw early, I would imagine, and then trying to work out which one it is that you want when you're at the starting gate. Do you want lane 1, gate 1? Do you want lane 2, gate 2? Or do you want to be out on the outside? As sometimes, depending on the course, maybe the outside gate is the favoured gate.
If your gate's not strong, but your first straight is, you tend to go wide and can't try to pull over. But if your gate's strong, you can go inside and just push forward.
Now this is a good battle going on here between Charlie Liza and Case Silver. Silver in front, Liza chasing, but Liza will pick up second. Silver gets there to lead from Liza. Motton's Head in third. In the boys 10, we're into the girls 10 now. There are 2 racks in this age group event, and the first of those sees out in front NZ number 6, Molly Buckley. Well, she likes that first spot. She's been in it a lot so far in this championship.
The Buckley family, the Mountain Raider Buckley family, have certainly had a great weekend to date. Let's see if they can convert them to NZ plates. Obviously running the 6 from the final last year.
Emmy Summers in behind it, but Buckley takes it out in the girls 10. Summers in second spot. Ada Begg will pick up third, and coming across the line in fourth spot was Bailey Brown. 8 to progress through to the finals after they've gone through the semi-finals. 16 in the semis.
We've lost one out there somewhere. We've got the yellow flags flying. Bit of a digger on the third straight.
Grace Kerr is the athlete from Southland who has just taken a tumble, and we'll get some attention. We've got one more rack of the girls event to go. Where do you see the highlights being this afternoon, Joe Calkin? Because we've got plenty of action where we just won't know. I know where your attention will be with your young fella in action, but we've got some grades here.
Oh, I can't wait. The 11 boys, the 12 boys, I just can't wait to see them go.
And the parents, the family members, how nervous do they get? How excited do they get?
Look at them all there sitting lovely, having a lovely Sunday afternoon. By the finals time, they'll be 10 deep against the fence, squawking away at their kids. generally yelling at them to pedal in parts of the track they just can't.
Who gets more nervous?
Is it the competitors? No. Our son Kalen, who's ridden right at the top, said he would rather be on the gate in a final than watching Keegan in one of his finals.
How often do you hear that in sport? An injured player says, I'd rather be out there than watching.
Yeah, watching this. Yeah.
Oh, it's a fantastic event.
I don't know how you do this, he said. We've done it for 13 years, watch them go.
Well, we just talk about, the national championships. Hickford was the first elite male back in 1981 in the men's event. We see the women's event, first championship being held, and a lady called S. May was the winner in the first 2 years. We've seen a guy here, we see him called RMC these days, McLaughlin in 1993. The elite male champion is still out there 27 years later competing.
And he will come up, I think they're in the same age group this afternoon against Shimmy, Steve Szymanski.
Yeah, he was the elite champion in 2001.
This guy here has a nickname of Baked Beans. He used to ride in orange gear and he was a little fella, so they called him Baked Beans. He's still got a number plate, Beans.
Beans, that's Wilcock that we're talking about, the champion in the elite men's section at the national champs in 2002 and 2003.
Oh, this is a great one. We've finally got Meg Cannon come up against Nicola Mapu. Oh, I've been waiting to see these two come together. Oh, Meg's got the best of it at the moment, but Mapu's not letting it go. The NZ3 in there as well. This is almost the final before the final. Bethy Walker, Meg Cannon and Nicola Mapu.
Well, she shot out well, hasn't she, Meg Cannon?
Oh, look at Nicola's third straight has done it for her. Just needed to know where to pass. Great swoop. Another one's been taught to get the pump, but Maggie Cannon just hanging on at the moment.
Oh, she's driving hard towards the end.
Cannon
will get the job done. That's a good ride from Meg Cannon, but you've got to give Nicola Mapu a lot of credit in second place. Beth Walker third, NZ1, NZ2, NZ3. You've got the three riders in that same rack of that event, which is really, really competitive.
Yeah, all right, the little tykes on big bikes are out going again. Bruno Damidi making the sweep. Out at Tommy Coleman and then back towards the other way. Out at Dinsdale it was rather. Maxie Richardson hanging on for a credible third.
This is the men's 11, or the males 11 and 12-year-old cruisers, so the bigger wheels. NZ1, Bruno Namidi lives up to his ranking reputation. In second place was Tyler Dinsdale, third Max Richardson.
13-14, cruiser male on the track, Matthew Haig making his way into the second corner.
From Waitakere Club is Haig, Cooper Richardson, Dallas Douglas, Jack Gebby and Hamish Earl make up the field in this event.
Hamish Earl running in the 2 spot, the Cromwell boy from a beautiful part of the country. Just into the second rack of this one, Louis the Fly, aptly named by, as you see him flying, by Steve Kennedy. He's definitely tightened up that first corner line, practicing it every time. I think he might be. We'll see what happens when it all gets busy in the 20-inch.
Cameron Lang going wide around that corner in second spot in the 82 plate, and chasing hard is Zachary Arnold. Here's Arnold, 5:41, coming down on the left, but out in front is Louis the Fly, they call him, Lewis Atkinson in first place, Cameron Lang second, Zachary Arnold third.
Zach Arnold on a bike from my shed, used to hang around in my shed. So the 15-16 cruisers get going, and James Speedy.
You talk about the bikes, how many bikes do these athletes and these riders have?
Well, through the age groups, they have sizes. So obviously the mini guys are on the mini ones, and then there's juniors, and then there's experts, and then there's pros, and then pro pluses, and on it goes through to once your kids get to about 15, 16, it's all over. They're at the top of the size-wise. So some of them will have 2, a race bike and a sprint bike.
James Speedy takes that one out from Lewis Hunt and Lockie. Cameron, what about training bikes, racing bikes? Do you race on the same ones that you train on?
Pretty much. There's some that have 2. But we tried that. We had a race bike and a training bike, but the training bike never got used. You just rode the race bike all the time. So
13 to 24-year-old cruiser females now in action. Caitlin Gigantis, who has really enjoyed these championships.
Oh, yeah. Great asset to the sport, Caitlin. They coach the young kids.
Taylor Arnold in second spot, getting across the line behind Gigantis first. Arnold second. Talia Nelson in third place, I should say. And here we go. The cruiser 34-year-old males going all the way down to the 17-year-old males. 17 years separating the age groups in this event. And it's a competitive age group, all right. Maddie Young out in front.
Ooh, just over jumping a little bit, getting a bit of the bar shoved into the chest as they head on down there.
He knows this course, it's his home course.
Nice and close for a three-horse race.
Well, Maddie Young takes it out. Bradley Thompson second. Johannes Stetner in third.
Was Coker there? Coker didn't show up for that one. Oh, fifth. He might already have it in the bag, Coker. He's saving it for the 20-inch.
Yeah, finished 12 seconds behind the winner.
He's saving his legs for the big show in the 20-inch.
So this is the 35 to 39-year-old male cruiser. And I'm not quite really sure why it's called cruiser, because these guys aren't cruising. They are working really hard.
And you'll see later on when we get to finals time, they are definitely one of the age groups to watch.
So Kurt Bagby, too good in that event from Lance Dinsdale. Scott Murphy third. Onto the 25-plus cruiser. This is the females. Look for Tony James once more. Just gets away so well, and this is effortless. Look at that. Standing up, stretching out the legs, gliding around the corners.
And there's Mum. In the background there was Mum, making a dive in the corner.
Nancy James in this race. Out in front, Tony James. 2:07, and behind her, Tamron Hurren-Webster. That was effortless.
There's not much to trouble Tony in that one, is there?
40 to 44-year-old cruiser male. This is a competitive event.
This is Shimmy that you saw on your sheet just before. Elite national champion in
2001.
Just 2 decades ago.
This is the 40th national champs after they were first held back in 1981. Has a look around. Out in front, NZ1, Stephen Szyminski. 19 years after winning the National Elite Champions, he takes out the Moto 6 here on day 2 of the National Championships.
Oh, but a shove and push and shove. Who was that went down? Looked like Timmy Atkinson.
It was Timmy Atkinson that went down on that one, so Szyminski wins it.
Louis the Fly's dad. He was trying to show his son a tight line and put it down.
Maybe it's the dad that needs to learn from the son.
Last time he went home from a Te Amutu meet nursing broken ribs from a Hamilton crash. He still wouldn't let Claire drive the car. They were towing a caravan and Claire wasn't allowed to drive it. He didn't trust her, so he drove home with broken ribs rather than let Claire drive.
Here's a man that's not man that's not going to have too many broken ribs. Dion Youth easily gets ahead of Nigel Coughlin and Rich Helton in the 45 to 49 cruiser. The first rack, here's the second rack underway now.
There's RMC. He's another one who popped up on your list.
Yep. Elite champion in 1993, and he backed that up in 1997, 1999 and 2000, and 2004, so 5 times national elite champion. What's he like in this age group? This is the 45 to 49-year-old age group.
Oh, he's got in front. RMC cruises home, saving it up for the big show. We've lost one. Was that Mohi? Goodness me.
It was.
I think it was. I've never seen him do that.
I don't think he's seen himself do that before either, to be fair.
I've seen him do it in a world final once.
Carl Berryman. Well, he's taken advantage of one of the standout riders' misfortune, and Dave Mohi, and it is Berryman who doesn't have to worry.
Boggles will be thinking all his Christmases have come.
Look at Berryman, has to look around and says, I'm just going to save myself. This is Moto number 6 for the 50-year-old in the cruiser section. And it is
Well, here it
Berryman
is.
that gets up.
Oh,
Look
he
at it go.
just kissed it. Oh, Davey Moy. The pickup, didn't you? When you pick up, you have to pick up real tall.
So let's now move on
right.
to the
Mikey
50-year-old
Nardo.
second rack in the cruiser division. And this is Mike Nartai, 4-1-1. He's hardly even pedaling.
No, this is what you were talking about, stamina and things earlier. Oh, the 4-1 in the background, Robbie Wright riding the ball.
That is just technique and experience, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
Nartai, followed by Wright, and coming up in third place after Nartai takes the win. Wright second. John Hansen gets in third ahead of Roy Leaning.
The comeback kid, John Hansen.
Okay.
So, the two of them.
Well, they've been head-to-head all the way through this championship after Blake Day tumbled yesterday. And getting the break this time is Bennett Grenoff in the 22 plate. Gets ahead of Beerman, who beat him earlier in the day. They go across the big ears now and the big jumps. Can Beerman come back at him? He's got him just about. Is he going to take the inside? Beerman, head-to-head, neck-to-neck, jump on jump. And it is. It's Beerman who's got in front.
Oh, classy.
Grenoff, get him on the inside. This is a great ride from Beerman after getting away in second spot. Takes the win.
You could see what happened there, that Bennett Grenoff got the gate and just moved. Immediately he knew he was half a hand in front of Beerman, so he slapped the advantage across. Beerman had to button off and go behind, and then worked hard to get through on him.
Junior women, and as she has done so often in the earlier events here, it is Holly Oldham.
Running the national champion jersey, she is. Probably should have been running it yesterday. It's a joined age group, this one. The juniors runs 17 and 18-year-olds. She won it as a 17-year-old, and now is looking like she's going to clean up the nationals, although this is not their nationals, clean up the superclass at these nationals.
Ruby Laidlaw in second place from Southland, and Olivia Levens from Kapiti third. But no problems here for Holly Oldham.
Looking good in the national champions jersey. So that's it. All qualifying done and dusted.
A little bit of cloud cover coming here at Bexley Park as the temperatures at the start of day 2 was 23 degrees, an expected high today of 28, but the cloud cover has come in just to cool things down. That is the end of the second round of motos as we look forward to the semi-finals coming up this afternoon, beginning at 1 o'clock, just over 15 minutes away in Christchurch. As we look around the ground, a chance for the athletes now to look ahead. We will get racing underway at 1 this afternoon, with the first semi-final being in the boys 8 event. We have got 12 riders who will race off. We'll have all of that action here for you as the competitors take a break. The athletes get charged up and get ready for the sudden death semi-finals. The first 4.
The Heartbreak Hotel, we call it.
The first 4 in each qualifying through to the finals. We'll have all of the action here for you on Sky Sport Next, starting next at 1 o'clock. Come back and join us.
Semi-finals in the 8 boys, 9 boys, 10 boys, 11 boys, 12 boys, 13 boys and 14 boys. So that's our 7 semi-finals, 14 racks, couple of 6-man semis and the rest are 8s.
We'll have all that action here for you on Sky Sport Next. Don't go away. We'll come back and join us at 1 o'clock for action on day 2 of the National Championships here at Bexley Park in Christchurch. It's going to be an exciting afternoon. Join us for that. We'll be back soon. It is semi-finals time at the BMX National Championships here at Bexley Park in Christchurch. 402 races have taken place since we started yesterday morning at 11 o'clock. We are now down to the crunch time in this competition where it is sudden death. The riders in the semis are looking for the top 4 spots. They will need to be in the top 4 to make it through to what they call the dead man's final later this afternoon. It is day 2 of the National BMX Championships. It's great to have your company here on skysportnext. Joe Kelkin is with me. I'm Paul Allison. It's great to have your company on this beautiful afternoon in Christchurch City. Joe, you've been out, you've talked to the competitors. What's the atmosphere like out there at the moment?
Well, the nerves are building. They're starting to think about lane picks. They're starting to think about getting themselves transferring, as we call it, out of the semi-final. That used to be in the day before 2006 that these points just carried on as well until the last race, and then you calculated the whole lot. In 2006 it changed to the now famous dead man final. Over the line is where you finish for your national ranking.
We've had 6 motos. That's 6 races over the course of these championships. We've now got it down to the final 12, 14, 16 competitors that will be aiming to make that final 8. They accumulated points over those opening 6 rounds, and the riders with the most points get the opportunity to draw first in the lane draw. You've been out, you've talked to them, you think that maybe lane 2, lane 3 could be the right one to go. Why is that?
Just because the lane 1, when you look at it from the top of the ramp, runs out. So if you run a dead straight line into that corner, lane 1 runs to nothing. Whereas from 2 and 3, you give yourself a little bit of room into that corner. Having said that, if there's a rider with a very strong gate who backs their gate, their snap, as we call it, like you just saw in the junior men's race when Benoit Grenoff out-snapped Rico Bierman. If someone in lane 1 out-snaps the rest of the gate, they can head left and jam the gate against the back outside.
So the riders, they know where their ranking is, but their competitors don't know if they're ranked behind the top rider, which gate that the rider will choose until they rise up onto the ramp, and then they have to make the decision.
Make their selection, yep.
So it's not predetermined until you get only seconds away from the starting gates.
That's right. It's a little bit tactical, and some play the mind games to decide where they're going.
Just a light breeze now starting to come across. It's been quite heavy cloud cover here now. It's a muggy day. It's a warm day.
It is.
In terms of the temperature, is there an ideal temperature to race in BMX racing?
I don't know that there is, other than the fatigue that comes with the heat. But they deal with it pretty well. It's certainly, once the adrenaline kicks in and the gate drops, there's no temperatures, good or bad. It's just furious and fast and race to the finish.
It is sudden death. It is semi-finals time. First up today will be the Trade Staff Boys 8. 2 semi-finals of 6 competitors in each. First 4 progressing through. And then later this afternoon, it is all on. The nerves will rise. The tension levels just increase that little bit more. These youngsters and people that aren't quite so young, they've been around a long time, since the first national championships were held back in 1981. We've had names like Brent Harris and Craig Pearce and Warwick Anstey, Martin Jenner and Peter McIntyre, who won 4 in a row back in the late 80s and 1990s. And we've seen Richie McLaughlin out there today, 27 years on from when he rode in his first national title in 1983. Aaron Eddington was another one of the elite men, Calvin Giddy, Aaron Hooper. We've seen Stephen Szymanski, 2001 win it, back in action today. Tony Wilcox won it in 2002, 2003. Linda Skinner was one of the early elite women's winners back in 1983 and 84. It's amazing going through some of those names, how many of them are still competitively involved in the sport today.
They are, and that's the elite nationals. Into that, and behind that, we've got the age group nationals. We were just trying to work out. A lot of people have had a 7-year run on the trot, my son included. He finished with 11 national titles on a 7-year trot. No one has done 8 years. It appears today, if Leela Walker can stay on her bike for one more lap, that Leela Walker would be the first to do an 8-year run on the trot.
Look at the crowd. They're starting to get a little bit edgy. They're starting to get into the atmosphere now. They're creating an atmosphere around this place. It's been a little bit relaxed. It's been that situation where you've gone through the different motos, you've been collecting points, but it is all on here. We've had some great youngsters that have competed on the world stage as well. They've won national titles here. They've progressed through to the world stage. People like Gay McManus back in 1984, winning the girls 6 and 7 year old age group in Japan. In Canada the following year, Errol Nelson won the 40-year-old cruiser section. Crystal McDonald winning the 9-year-old girls back in Brisbane in 1989. In Melbourne in 1998, it was Tony Walker's time in the 12-year-old boys. Gemma Smedley in the junior women's in the same year in Melbourne. And in Canada, we got 2 world champions, Hannah Sarton in the girls 11 and Sarah Walker in the women's elite cruiser. And of course, Sarah's gone on to be so prolific on the world scene, winning 2nd in 2012 at the London Olympic game between Latia Corguia from France, and in 3rd place was Elise Post, and so
and Caroline Chasson. She was a downhiller of some decoration before she came to BMX, and then back to downhill.
She won the first Olympic gold medal for women at the Olympic Games in 2008. Now, the first semi-final is getting underway in the boys 8.
Oh, great shots there of what goes on in the background of a BMX race meet. They're shining the camera there straight into the chutes. The 2 sets of 6 will be there in front of Sarah.
Top qualifier, Leon Dumbbell, will make his choice and his selection on what gate. There he is.
There he goes.
NZ 5, he's heading out. In behind him, Rico Ryan, NZ8. Angus Morgan, 3-2-1. Austin Stronach, NZ7. That means he's ranked number 7 in New Zealand for his age group. Brooklyn Hanson and Cade Peterson.
Up they go, semi-final number 1. 8-year boys.
Let's have a look at which lane Leon Dumbbell, the 8-year-old, has decided will be his preferred lane draw.
Poor old Liam Haggerty, you can see him breathing, chest up and down, nerves.
So these youngsters, they push their bikes up to the top of the ramp where the gates are lined up.
Oh, someone there running one of Rico Bierman's little shirts. That's cool.
So Leon Dumbbell, he's decided to go for the inside running in gate number 1. Rico Ryan was the second choice, and he has gone for gate number 3.
He's gone further out. He has given himself a gap.
Angus Morgan, he had the second pick. He went for gate 2. So the 3 top qualifiers in this semi-final, gate 1, gate 3, gate 2. But don't discount Austin Stronach. Remember, the top 4 automatically go through to the finals later this afternoon. The breeze just starting to get up now. The flags start to flutter here at Bexley Park in Christchurch.
Remember, 4th spot is where it happens.
1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th.
They're through. They don't matter. The riders on their feet.
They will look for the lights. The gate will drop. They're underway.
The gate pops and out they go. Though the man in the 3rd spot who had the 2nd, the NZ8 plate, he's grabbed it and gone. Rico and Ryan at the moment. Oh, the NZ5, he's pushed up into it. Let's see who's in the 4th spot. Round there, the yellow helmet. He's grabbed it at the moment and gone away.
So Dumbbell, the top qualifier, gets the lead.
So the NZ7's on the 4. So Austin Stronach, he's the last one through at the moment. Austin Stronach will be waiting there after him like a seagull after a chip. There's the other 2. The 77, he's the Heartbreak Hotel, little Brooklyn Hanson. He's going to have to sit down and join the fans in the stands unless he can have a last straight. He's coming up hard on Austin Stronach. Oh, the 1, 2, 3's done and run. It looks like it might have been Austin Stronach as your last qualifier through, followed by Brooklyn Hansen, Cade Peterson.
So Dumbbell qualifies first. Rico Ryan in second place. Angus Morgan gets up for third, and Austin Stronach takes that all-important last position in the final. Here is the second of the boys' 8. Charlie Withington.
We've lost 2.
Oh, what heartbreak it will be for the youngsters on the downhill run. But no problems for Cooper Murphy. This has got the ranked numbers in New Zealand, 2nd, 3rd and 6th.
Dylan Sazi drops it in the second straight. It's all on for the ones who went down in the first straight. They've got to get up and get going again. The 157, Jono Hansen, he's grabbed it and gone.
He was the 4th fastest or the 4th highest qualifier in this event. He cannot believe his luck. He's going to pedal his heart out.
Who's going to get up for the 4? Somebody has to get up and grab their bike and go to make the final. It looks like it's going to be the 740. Liam Haggerty might be the one who gets going.
Well, we know there's drama. It is sudden death. Hansen takes the win. Cooper Murphy 2nd. Charlie Withington 3rd.
Haggerty doesn't know he's qualified yet.
And here comes Liam Haggerty after Calder Joyce and Dylan Swayze have collapsed and not got through. So Hansen, Murphy, Withington, Haggerty will join Dumbbell, Ryan, Morgan and Stronach as the top 8 in the boys' 8.
Dylan Sazi will be gutted in Zeta.
And here he is now. Coulter Joyce just comes across the line. Heartbreak for the youngsters. Here is the boys' 9. Ben Anderson, NZ1, has taken gate number 2. Max Hey 4, 5, 6 is the second highest qualifier. Timothy Creswell 3rd. The yellow flag just signals danger on the course. The line-based course here at Bexley Park in Christchurch. And here he is. How heartbreaking is this? NZ1, ranked number 1 in New Zealand.
Wearing one of Rico Bierman's little shirts from when he was a wee fella. That's pretty cool. Poor old Sazi.
Dylan Sazi, the top-ranked age group rider. He only came in as 5th highest ranking in this heat, but I'm sure his expectations and that of his family would have been that he would have qualified.
He's more disgusted than busted, which is good to see.
Yeah, he comes across to some warm applause.
Righto.
This is the boys' 9. Anderson, Hey, Creswell, Buckley, Anderson, Salmond, Harwood and Hotter. So Ben Anderson, the one to watch.
Goes from out wide, the 8 got good, but Ben Anderson's grabbed it and gone. Coming out from all the way out at lane 8, the 4, 5, 6 has gone across. Nice, Max Hey got himself out of trouble and into the 2 spot. Creswell, though, is round underneath him. So the 88 is looking like he's in trouble. Jack Buckley at the moment. He's sitting in the 4 at the moment, but he's got company from the 5-3-1 of Ricky Harness Salmon. Ricky Harness Salmon just gets snozzed around the second corner. So the 88 of Mr. Buckley, he's hanging on. The Mountain Raiders Club will be excited. Anderson's gone with it at the moment, but Buckley, he's hanging on. He's got company, though. The NZ6 come to see him. Khalil Alexander is having a run at the 4th place. Let's see there. 1, 2, 3. It's a line. That's got to be a photo finish. It is.
Well, we've got the top 3 ranked riders performing as we expected them to. Ben Anderson first, Tim Creswell second, Max Hey 3rd, and it's a photo for 4th. Really, really close between Buckley and Alexander for that 4th spot. That's
all right, away we go really again close. In the semi-final number 2. Oh, Bolter out of the middle we've got. Let's see who we can get away picking him up there, the 405.
Nixon Banks, top ranked, comes in and clears that first corner very safely indeed. Ashton Payne, 386, is the second highest qualifier, but he's getting taken at the moment by Cade Manara.
Oh, it's all on for the 4 spot again. We've got the 146 of Liam King. He's in Heartbreak Hotel at the moment, coming up towards us. He's holding on for dear life. Is Liam King as he heads into the corner. Let's see where he comes in and out. Liam King's looking pretty safe at the moment, but there's been a screw up in the front. So Liam King, he's running down there. And the 146.
The first 4 qualify for the finals this afternoon. It's Minerva who will get in third behind Nixon Banks and Ashton Payne, and Liam King takes that vital 4th spot. And he comes in from the Clonwell Club and nothing much in it. King gets it from Lindop. Right, we're underway in the boys 10 semi-final, and NZ4 is Lucas Martini. But I'll tell you what, look for Riley Smart.
Oh, around the bottom. What a move in the first corner around the bottom. Let's see who that was. The NZ4, the 2's got it, the 4's got it, but round the bottom there went the 125, I think it was.
Caleb White third at the moment. Martini, Smart, White. They're the top 3. 4 to qualify for the final. No problems out in front. Have a look around. Yep.
The 196, Ben Shaw, is it? I think he's hanging on to the 4. It is. Ben Shaw's hanging on to it for all he's worth. They're coming at him. But he just did a lovely job up the 3rd straight to slam himself a 4th spot and a trip to the final.
So, getting through there, Caleb White and Ben Shaw. So, White and Shaw.
Okay, Charlie Liza, Case Silver, Grayson Mottershed, Andrew Houghton, Seb Stetner and Case Silver doing battle up the straight. The 444's grabbed it. Liza at the moment. Going with him, the NZ5 of Case Silver in there for the 2. The 4 spot looks pretty handy at the moment. Looks like an NAC rider, maybe Houghton.
So Silver in front. Here comes the challenge now. Liza in 2nd place, handily in a good position. And 3rd, clear, but the race will be on for 4. These top 3 have got themselves away. They're out of trouble, out of danger. They'll just want to stay nice and safe. They're going to come up.
Oh, look at the 4 race. It's going to be the 969 and the 358. The 358 plate of Luca Abdul. The 969 of Mr. Mottershed. It's going to go to a photo.
So Liza takes it, Silver 2nd, Stetner 3rd, and Mottershed gets in. Grayson Mottershed takes that 4th spot for the
look at this
dream run through to the final. Charlie Liza picking that one up. Silver in 2nd place. Right, 11-year-old boys, Bruno Namidi, 3-2-1. He picked the lane draw. He was the top qualifier in this heat, or this semi-final, I should say. And he's out in front. Levi Banks, as he's been a good competition between these two. All championship.
So Banks sitting in the 2 spot, Namidi in the 1. Oh, the 4's looking pretty handy at the moment. There's not too much trouble just here. Oh, he's trying to go for a 3 though. In and out of the corner he comes. The 309 plate's hanging on to the 4 spot. Brocky Marshall. He's hanging on for grim death. Brocky Marshall, then a gap.
So that was the rankings that they came in with. Namidi, Banks, Kogan and Marshall. So they will take the top 4 and automatically qualify. Who's going to join them? Deacon Connor, Daniel Mason, Deegan McCormick, Bryson Joyce, Kobe Russell, Marcus Franklin, Bo Lindop, Jamie Harkness, the 2nd of the semi-final for the boys 11.
So Deacon Connor grabs it and goes at the moment. In and out they go. The 4th spot. Oh, that inside line is just wide open for them. Muscling his way back on. Was the I'll catch the number as he comes in there. He's just doing a lovely job.
Here's Deacon Connor, number 1 in New Zealand. No problems for him. He's going to have this one tidied up, done and dusted to make it through without any problems for the final later this afternoon. Deegan McCormick in 2nd place.
Kobe Russell's your man on the bubble.
Yep, he's in 3. And the 4th spot after the top 3 go through sees O'Connor first, McCormick 2nd, and in 3rd place was Mason Kobe Russell.
Alrighty, back to the top, the 12. This is going to be a cracker.
Jack Young comes in, top qualifier, 5.59. In behind him, Corbin Minerva, but getting out well is Minerva. He's an NZ3. Jack Young 2nd. These guys are clear. They'll just want to make sure there's no mistakes. They've got no real pressure on them. Doesn't matter whether you finish 1st or 2nd, you just got to get into the top 4.
The 303's on the 4 plate. He's got the problem at the moment. He's got company behind him. Let's see the 303. He's just blasted himself up into a 3 spot. That's where he wants to be to give himself a bit of a breathing room.
So Jack Young turns and faces the finish line. Regan Smith coming through in 3rd. Minerva in 2nd. And who's going to take the 4th spot? And that'll be Toby Gambrell.
Toby Gambrell, your 4th qualifier.
So missing out there was Jacob Shaw and Heath Wilson, Thomas Helton, and Dario Piskulic.
Alrighty, they get going from way out wide. Way out wide was one of the hot shots. Coming across 901, Tyler Dinsdale. Let's see if he can make himself across. He's in there for the 2 spot at the moment. Out front, that might be Tommy Coleman running away with it. Dinsdale in for the 2. The NZ6 plate. It is Tommy Coleman running away with it, the 110. Freddie Cooper's in the 3. Round the bottom of the corner, that's Maxie Richardson in there for the 4. Oh, Max, Super Max is going to book himself a spot in the final if he can hang on to that. Tommy Coleman's legs looking a bit gone out of that corner, the 901, and for the 2 spot, Tyler Dinsdale all the way from lane 8. The 110 of Freddie Cooper. Maxie Richardson, book yourself a spot in the final, son.
So Coleman takes it, Dinsdale 2nd, Cooper 3rd, Richardson 4th. We've got the finalists sorted for the boys 12. Here's the 13-year-olds. There are 2 semi-finals, 6 in each. Cooper Richardson, the one to watch here, NZ4.
Oh, Finney Cogan coming out of the gate hard, doing a lovely job getting up there. He's been smooth all weekend and he's done it again. Cooper Richardson going with him. I thought he might have more to say about that, but he hasn't. The inside line's done it again. He's just hang on, that man Hayden in the 4th spot. Let's see where he is. Oh, dropping in nicely and in and out again it goes. Oh, it's all on the 155, I think it is. 135 of Harry Fever. He might have just booked himself a spot in the final. Finney Cogan running to the finish. The 135 has got himself up. Harry Fever is up for the 4th spot at the moment. He's heading to the final.
So Coogan through, Richardson in the 2nd spot. Cowie and Fever make it through. In the boys 13, who's going to join them? Is it Jack Debbie, Brock Nelson, Tyler Waite, Angus Thompson, Chase Lindop or Hayden Kerr? 4 of them will make it through.
The Southland boy gets a great start. We've lost one in the background, Brocky Nelson. He's dropping in there in the 1 spot, the Southland boy. From Hayden Hall, he hangs in there for the 2, shovel back to the 3. The NZ7 sitting comfortably, Angus Thompson in the 4. I think we've lost a couple, so without unbeknownst to these guys, they can actually button off, but they're not going to. Brocky Nelson running in with this one.
So Nelson clears. I think they realise now NZ7 is Angus Thompson coming up in 3rd place, and it'll be Hayden Hall that'll take it out. Well, Chase Lindop and Tyler Waite were the 2 casualties, and Tyler Waite, the number 1 New Zealand ranked rider in the boys 13. Heartbreak for him.
Heartbreak Hotel. Wow, so where they finish in this final?
So we're on now.
13 boys final, let's go. Ronan McCursey gets out good. Benny James has gone with him. Benny James up and over. Into the corner, he's going to drop first. The 4 spot, is that Nelly? No, I don't sure. Oh, we lost another one in the corner. So Benny James is through. McCursey for the 2. And your 3 spot is the 306 plate of Cooper Marshall. And on the 4. Oh, we got 5 of them still coming on the 4. We got the 777. Adam Corney, is he on the 5? He is. Adam Corney making a swoop to see if he can set it up for a final finish. The 458 plate. That's going to be Emmanuel. Just gets through on Adam Corney.
James wins it. McCursey 2nd. Marshall 3rd. And Abdel Malak will be in the 4th position of the boys 14. First of the 2 semi-finals. This is the last semi-final that we'll have on day 2 of the National Championships. Lucas Bimmy has been the top qualifier. Where's he? NZ3, and he's in lane number 2. Here's his choice.
Oh, Skippy. It was Skippy in his Shredder Rack shirt.
Yeah, Will Skipper is disappointingly having to head off the course. He came in ranked 4th in that heat, would have had aspirations to make it through to the final. This is the semi-final. 148 Gabrielle Roberts, NZ3 Lucas Bimmy, 151 Lewis Atkinson, the man they call Louis the Fly, 82 is Cameron Lang, NZ8 is Matthew Haig, 75 Nathan Haddich, and 219 Kaya Nelson, and making up the field is Hamish Liza out in lane number 8. So Bimmy from East City, Atkinson from Mountain Raiders.
All right, the gate goes girl. Bimmy's got out strong from the inside. Let's see if he can hang on to it. He's got company in Atkinson, and here comes Haig up the outside. So Bimmy round, Atkinson doing a good job of that first corner. Into there for the 2 spot at the moment, the 82 plate of Cameron Lang sitting for the 3 in Haig, hanging on to the last qualifier. In and out goes the 75 of Harting. So he's sitting there for the 5, trying to make himself up to the 4th, but it looks like Haig's going to hang on to it. So Bimmy and Atkinson are discussing the lane picks for the final at the moment. Atkinson wants the first pick. Oh, they're going to go close.
On the line and getting up, winning it, Lewis Atkinson, Lucas Bimmy second, Cameron Lang third, Matthew Haig takes that all-important 4th spot to make it through to the finals of the National BMX Championships. It's going to be a good contest in the boys, 14-year-olds, along with all the other finals. We'll have them here live for you on Sky Sport Next. It's a chance now for them to take a breather. The athletes and the parents, the supporters, the coaches, they have that short breather, just less than 10 minutes away. A chance for them to remotivate themselves, get themselves composed, look at where they finish in the rankings, and then head up the ramp to look for the important lane draw. 8 in each final. Who's going to take home the national title? The breeze is getting up here in Christchurch. We'll have all the action live here on Sky Sport Next. Join us at 1:35 for the finals of the 2020 National Championships. 2 days of competition is finally coming to a close here in Christchurch. The breeze is blowing, the temperatures are soaring. It is the finals time of the National Championships from Bexley Park in Christchurch. It has been over 400 races spread across the 2 days in this National Championship event for BMX New Zealand. It is the first Window and Doors Championships. These youngsters that start right down at the early age of 5, the sprockets, right through to the 50 plus. It has been action aplenty. We are now at the crunch end of the competition. I've been out amongst the crowd. The parents, who look calm, said it's like a duck paddling underneath the water at 100 miles an hour. One of the parents said to me that their heartbeat is currently at 160, and they were lying on a deck chair under the sunshine here in Christchurch, looking calm but looking very nervous. I'm Paul Allison, with me is Joe Calkin, and we will be bringing you all of the action of the finals. This is where the months of training comes to the fore, where the athletes have been primed for the 40th National Championship since they started way back on the 7th of February 1981 at Wainuiomata, after a group of parents got together to form the official BMX committee, now known as BMX New Zealand. 320 riders from Auckland to Dunedin entered that event, while here today in Christchurch there's over 400 riders from over 30 clubs from up in the north to deep in the south. From Whangarei to Invercargill, they have come to see the youngsters and the teenagers and the parents and the not so young
and the
compete.
Grandparents.
So Joe, we have had great conditions. The breeze is blowing. The track looks rock hard. Less than 400 metres of challenging terrain, and now it comes down to this. How excited are you?
Oh, it's all pretty exciting, all right, and the wind has just picked up to throw in something that the riders haven't had to deal with all weekend. It's been relatively calm, and when it did blow, it was the opposite direction. So here we go, all changing for the finals as the wind comes up and throws something into the mix. There'll be a whole bunch of old and young out there that'll feel like they've just been dumped by text message on a Valentine's Day because they were 5th in the final, and that's how it feels.
1984, New Zealand had their first BMX world champion. Her name was Gay McManus, competing in the 6 and 7-year-old girls age group. And from there, we have had some wonderful BMX riders represent New Zealand with the black shirt, the silver fern. None better than Sarah Wilker, who was the elite world champion in the cruiser section, in the elite women's section, and she's been second in the Olympic Games in 2012. Jessie Smith, the last New Zealander to win a world title in the junior women last year in Belgium. Next year's World Championships in the Netherlands, cancelled this year in Houston, Texas, because of this dreaded coronavirus which has decimated the world. Belgium was the last World Championships last year, and it was Azerbaijan the year before, United States. Next year it's Netherlands. The year after, in 2022, France. After that it's the UK. Glasgow and Scotland will be the host, and Rock Hill in South Carolina. The sprockets 5 and under get underway. This is the first of the finals. Grace Byron Cottrell, Cooper Walker, Nicole Martini, Darry Mumbel and Marnie Stetner. They are on the line. We have got these youngsters with a pathway. If they wish to continue, if they have the talent to make it all the way in years to come to the World Championships. The age groups have changed at the World Champs. These years, it's different ages before you can qualify for the Worlds.
It is. They've tried to get away from the red-hot competition of a World Championship at these young ages. It just gets a little bit too much for the littlies, they're thinking. So we've dialed it back just a little bit. Probably a healthy thing, I would have thought. Maybe not so healthy for the parents in the stands when the little ones who are there aren't allowed to ride. They nag the hell out of poor old mum and dad because they want to be out there.
The 40th event of the National Championships. Brent Hickford from Highbury claimed the first open class title, now known as the Elite Men. It was later that year, back in 1981, that a group of touring professionals from America visited New Zealand and raced in Auckland at Barry's Point Road Track. And these riders were known to most of the kids and became idols to many of the others. And since that very first visit, the American pros have come out to New Zealand several times to race and hold coaching clinics. New Zealand now ranked on the world scene. And we've seen in 1984 an explosion of numbers and the number of tracks. 1,400 riders were at the 1984 National Championships. There was 82 clubs represented on that occasion. There are new tracks being built around New Zealand. The surface here, the limestone surface, it gets rock hard.
It does get rock hard, and the major change in the last couple of decades is the bitumen corners. That's made mostly it's a lot of difference to the poor fellas who need to maintain these tracks, but also in the way the track rides, the way the sport looks, the speed is all attributed to the bitumen corners, the steepness of the corners, the deepness of the jumps. It's all taken a turn, changed where it is to where we are now.
The kids don't look quite as nervous at this age. The 5-year-olds is what they do as they get a little bit older.
They're right. They probably weren't even through the age groups. Once you've hit the final, you've hit the final, you've made it. It's roll the dice, and what happens in the top 8 runoff is what happens.
You can see the Southland riders, the Cromwell riders, they're sprinkled around the place. The North Avon Club, well represented. This is their home track here at Bexley Park. The Sprockets, under 5s or 5 and under, will have the opportunity to get away first. They'll have 2 races. They don't have the plates, they don't have the medals. This is about skill development. This is about having fun, getting out there and racing, which will be their 7th moto of this 2-day championship.
And they've rolled into the gate. Look at them balancing there nicely in the howling crosswind. I'd suggest, Paul, that would be a skill you might not master yourself.
Prefer to stay on my feet than the wheels going down this very steep slope. They look for the lights, work us through how the lights work before the gates drop.
You can hear the call starting in the background. Riders, watch the gate. Then there's a random amount of time the lights go off and the gate drops. Off they go.
Grace Byron, Cottrell, Cooper Walker, Nico Martini, Darcy Dumbbell, Marnie Stetner, and getting away well is Darcy Dumbbell, and just inching alongside her.
Look at this. Too wide they are around the corner.
Yeah, they've got away, haven't they? Really out on their own at the moment. Darcy Dumbbell, and in behind is Nico Martini. But Dumbbell has put some clear air between herself and Martini has put some clear air behind the chasing pack. At the moment, up and over. It's been a bit of an effort. This is their 7th race of 2 days. The legs are getting tired now.
They're looking a bit jaded, aren't they?
Round the final straight, the eyes light up. Here's the finish line in sight.
We're running for home.
And look at the crowd. They have come away from the tents to line up around the outside of this track here at Bexley Park.
Oh, look at that. They've had it done. The white-hot competition's been pulled from these guys, which is quite good. Now you see them starting to line the fences now, the parents. There's lots of claps.
Dumbbell, Martini, and now Stetner coming across the line. That's Marnie Stetner from Christchurch. Okay. Here is the next event in the Sprockets 5 and under. There's 2 events. There's 9 competitors in total, so you can't fit 9 into 8 lanes. And here they are lined up. Hendricks, Kahukura, Cole Butler, Taylor Cron, Luke Buckley.
Luke Buckley, one of the many Buckleys from the Mountain Raiders Club, heavily involved. Great volunteers for the club.
Nice even start, but Luke Buckley coming down from the outside lane, going into that first corner in front. Nice manoeuvre around there, chased by Taylor Cron. Good competition between these two. Buckley in front.
Oh, the wind's starting to play a part with these little fellas. It's going to be exciting to see what happens a little bit later on. The 430 plate of Taylor Cron holding on there.
So this is Luke Buckley, Mountain Raiders. Taylor Cron from Dunedin. The crosswind going across from their left to right as they come up the final straight. And the Sprockets 5 and under at the BMX National Champs. Great round of applause from the crowd, and it's a healthy crowd here this afternoon in very warm conditions. Kahakura and Butler completing the field. The Sprockets boys 6-year-old age group: James Fahey, Robbie Zulwood, Caleb Hodder, Baden Prescott and Ryder Stewart.
All right, the wind just starting to affect them a little bit up there on the gate.
Again, this is based around competition and participation, but getting away well from the Alexandra Club was James Fahey in those familiar colours. 9.33 on the inside, but he's been overtaken with a good ride by Baden Prescott.
So Baden, one of Tiamuru's favourites, running down into here nicely in the Tiamuru club shirts. Great job of getting their shirts out. Looking good with the big numbers on the back for the commentators.
Strong club too around New Zealand.
Strong club, the Tiamuru club it is. As with one of the clubs just going through a transition, a bit of a chameleon where a lot of the long-standing parents are starting to drift away. New blood coming in, trying new things.
So Baden Prescott comes up to the finish line in the Sprockets Boys 6. They have 2 different racks, 2 different heats in that event. James Fahey picking up second place. We move on to the second of the racks now. William Dodd, Xavier Beer, Felicius, Charlie Shaw, James McElrich, Carter Loveland and Hunter Keach make up this final, the second rack of the Sprockets Boys 6. And look at them go. Out in front is Charlie Shaw from Dunedin.
Working hard into the wind of these little fellas at the moment. Charlie, looking forward to Mr. Whippy at the other end.
They're going wide round that first bend. We'll see people take different approaches to that bend later on as we go through the age groups as it becomes a little bit more competitive, but this young man is competitive right at the moment. Charlie Shaw from Dunedin. Giving a bit of chase behind him is Carter Ludlam from Taupo. Pedaling hard, you can see the effort going in over that.
There's a lot of effort into that wind now.
Into that corner, a little bit of a breeze, cross breeze coming behind. Charlie Shaw now, the crowd starting to chant.
Oh, it's good stuff. Few more gates of these participation classes, and then the first gate drop of the competitive finals will be the 11 boys. What a hot to trot final to start the competitive finals with.
Sprocket boys 7s, Bryden Begg, Cano Goff, Monty Gardner, Lee Gardner, Nixon Murphy, Jaden Matheson. The Sprocket 7 boys, and getting away to a flyer was Nixon Murphy.
Monty Gardner with a great move in the first corner. We're going to see, oh, look at this. In and out of the corner they go, just bumping and rubbing as they get around there. Swapping lanes, giving us a little taster of what the bigger boys are going to be doing later on, I would think, is Monty.
Yeah, Monty took a Monty turn around that one. That was Monty Gardner coming to us here from the Cambridge Club, all the way down from the Waikato.
First cousin of the Grenoff family, who we have featured throughout the age groups.
Nixon Murphy out in front. From the North Canterbury Club, Monty Gardner in there.
Oh, someone a little bit disgusted with their effort. They're shaking their head. Next rack of the 7 boys. Getting going. Harlan Bickley, Austin Garside, Jai Martini, Tyler Cochran and Hunter McIntyre from Southland.
This is the second rack. Martini has been good so far, and he's good in this one as well. Getting away very well indeed. Up to that first corner, goes wide, looking for that high angle and get some speed into that second straight.
They might have a mention to him. It's a participation class, so it doesn't matter, but he crisscrossed that line into the inside corner there. It might be frowned upon a little later, so it's a good thing to do at these age groups. Then they're not competitive, that they can sort that out nice and early.
And again, the athletes, when we get to the competitive section, will be competing for the trophies in the first three. It's the plate numbers.
It's the plate numbers.
1 to 8 up for grabs. NZ1 means that you've won the national championships. NZ8, still something to be very proud about, means that you've made it through to the top 8 and through to the final.
You would generally have a year to brag about these things, but not this year. COVID's put pay to that. 6 and 7 girls: Ali Morgan, Pippa Spence, Rose Ralston from Great Cycling DNA, Sian Rawson, Ruby Buckley and Riley Watson.
Of course, the nationals next year in Rotorua, being moved away from the traditional Easter window.
Yes.
4:32, or 4:37 I should say, Ruby Buckley.
Another one of the Mountain Raider Buckleys. Setting sail, as it might be in this wind down the second straight. Yes, the move away from Easter it's a big thing. It's taken many years of discussion and negotiation and deciding whether that's what the club wants. All of the clubs, all 36 of the clubs in New Zealand, make sure we're happy to do that. A good pulling factor is that the elite classes can run with the age group classes.
So Ruby Buckley comes up to the line to win the first of the two Sprocket 6 and 7-year-old girls. This is the age group where New Zealand had their very first world champion in Gay McManus back in the 1980s. In 1984 in Japan, no longer can this age group take part at the World Championships, but it doesn't stop them from getting out here and giving it their best shot. This is their 7th race over 2 grueling days in beautiful conditions. The Sprocket 6 and 7 girl, Skylar Hansen.
Oh, she's head down, elbows up, wasn't she, Skylar, as she heads off? She knows a thing or two. 3 generations deep, the Hansens are in this wonderful family sport.
Eden Stetner from Christchurch in second place, going wide around that first corner. And sitting there in third spot and putting some pressure on is Cameron Calhoun.
Okay, the next rack up, 11 boys. Forgive me, listeners, viewers, if I get a little bit horse race like, but I'm afraid that when you've been doing this for 13 years, it gets a little bit exciting when you see these little tackers hit their straps competing for an NZ1 plate. As we finish out the last of the non-competitives, there's nobody telling Skylar Hansen this isn't competitive.
She's had a wonderful 2 days of competition, and it's come to an end now for the Sprocket 6 and 7-year-old girls. Hansen, Minerva, O'Neill, Colhoun and Stetner in that race. Here we go. This is where the trophies, this is where the medals, this is where the plates get handed out. Bruno Namidi, Deacon Connor, Levi Banks, Deacon McCormick, Nico Kogan, Daniel Mason, Brock Marshall, Kobe Russell.
Oh, pushing out of lane 1 nicely there, the NZer from last year. He's made himself a bit of room into the first corner. They're chasing him. In and out of the corner he goes, getting it done nicely at the moment. Deacon Connor, it's a long way to the other end of the lap. He just wants to get there. Daniel Mason, I believe it is, into the 2 spot. It's all going behind him for the Miners. Oh, up the outside, Namidi on a charge. Namidi makes this third straight look incredibly easy. Does the sweep and the switch, but he has not got any answer at the moment. He's working hard down the outside, but it's going to be Deacon Connor. Book your second year in a row as the NZ1. Deacon Connor, well done.
So Deacon Connor takes out the final of the boys 11. Bruno Namidi second, Daniel Mason third. They will take the trophies home. The rest of the finishers, Brock Marshall, Levi Banks, who will be a little bit disappointed with the 5th place finish, Nico Kogan, Kobe Russell, Deegan McCormick. This is cutthroat stuff as we head now to the girls 11. They come from a points participation that have been, and Madeline Hunter has been the standout in this event.
We lost one on the first jump and a huge bang. She's up and going. I think that might have been Danica Bergerson. Really did a flip. The NZ2 plate has got up and over Millie Waite.
Yes, Millie Waite in NZ2, who leads the field into the second to last straight at the National Championships.
Oh, Madeline Hunter coming back. She's won the lion's share of them, so Madeline Hunter's probably fairly secure in the NZ plate, but Millie Waite slapping down the last moto just to show that it can be done.
Millie Waite gets across the line in first place, but it is Madeline Hunter who takes that event because she came in with more points. And from Alice in second place, Millie Waite takes second to Millie Waite, I should say, and Alice will be third in the points cumulative total for that age group. This is the boys 12. We've been looking forward to this one all day. Tom Coleman, Jack Young, Tyler Dinsdale, Corbin Minerva, Fred Cooper, Regan Smith, Mac Richardson, and Toby Gambrell. And getting under that first corner. And
Jack Young across the line. Let's see if they have anything to say about that. They've gone down. They were rubbing and racing out of the corner. That's where the exciting bit was going to be, and it's proved to be. But Jack Young with a beautiful drive in and out of there. The NZ6 plate sitting in the 2 spot. Tommy Coleman. We lost a couple of the hot shots in the first corner. Just leaning on each other. Jack Young in and out of the corner. Heading for the finish, the 303 plates, picking up the last spot on the box, Regan Smith. They're going to be happy with that, the lads.
So Coleman takes second behind Jack Young, Regan Smith, and Fred Cooper, Max Richardson, Tony Gambrell. But Tyler Dinsdale and Corbin Minerva having that tumble early on. Two of the favoured riders coming in ranked third and fourth. Will be disappointed. We'll have to wait and see whether or not there was an infringement in that race or not.
Yes, that's right. The commissaires' call is final.
Well, we did see a very, very good ride from Jack Young, but he took advantage from the tumble behind him as the yellow flag is up. It was on that first corner, that very first bend, as the riders went into that competitive state, and it was Young who took a tight line.
It was indeed. In and out he got. He's sitting first. He's done a great job. Jack Young, he'll be so stoked. He works extremely hard. Young Hamilton boy.
The girls 12 final. This is again a cumulative points event with Molly Inia.
Oh, they dropped it.
Oh, 2 down, 3 down. Oh, there's a decent tumble. Inia has got a very healthy points lead coming into this event, and it's a cumulative points over the 7 races, but at the moment out in front looking for some clear air is Kira Harwood, and she is from the Nelson Club. In second place, Ursula Summers, and in third spot at the moment it is Hazel Gardner. But that early crash, which so can often happen.
Oh, what a great finish. So Ursula Summers pops herself onto 22 points from Kira Harwood, but we'll need to wait for the front runners to get themselves. Oh, what a great shot. And wait for the front runners to get themselves across the finish line to see where we all... Wow.
It will be interesting to see what the final points total was in that event.
All right, Finney Cogan, Brock Nelson, Cooper Richardson, Jack Gibby, Nick Cowie, Angus Thompson, Harry Fever and Hayden Hall. Now this is going to be a banger.
So Cogan 119, he has decided to go for the inside lane. We're coming back to see Anika Liza finish. So we'll look for the points table and the rankings there. Molly Inia was clear. Ursula Summers comes in the second spot, and Amber Bell will take third. Here we go. This is the boys 13, and it's hot and it's ready.
Oh, and it's going to be Finney Cogan who's grabbed it at the moment. Brock Nelson has gone with him. Brocky on the flats doing well. In and out of the corner goes Finn Cogan, getting it done, holding on to his grabbing his NZ plate if he can. And for the 2 spot, Brocky Nelson in the 3. Is going to be, I think, Jack Gebby.
Yeah, Gebby's there in third spot. 464 from the North Haven Club, but out in front it is Cogan. He's going to make every post a winner. He comes into the final straight in front. Chasing hard behind him is Brock Nelson, but it's Cogan. Does it well. He came in as the top qualifier. He's finished in top spot. Brock Nelson second. Jack Gebby, good ride from him. Came in fourth. Moved his way up to get that third position. Cooper Richardson in the 4th spot. Nick Cowie, Angus Thompson, Harry Fever and Hayden Hall. That's the way they finish. Now we're on to the girls, 13. Look for Cassian Lewis, 459. Where is she? She was one of the key qualifiers here. This is a points one as well, where there is 8. But NZ4, Lily Grenoff is
trying to book a spell for NZ1 plate.
Yeah, she's
in and out of the corner she goes. It'll be, unless she bins it, there's going to be not much they can do about Lily Grenoff at the moment.
Well, that NZ4 plate is quickly looking like it's going to change to a much smaller number. That means that the higher ranking that she gets in, Grenoff gets there.
A skinny digit, as we call it.
So we'll look for the final points to come across the line, and it is Grenoff who came in with a healthy lead. Takes that event. She will be number 1 in New Zealand. Renee Coleman-Savage second. Talia Nelson third. And it'll be Gracie Owen fourth. Ali Biddick in 5th place. Juliet Freeman 6th. And here we go. We're on to
14 boys and we're away. This is a cracker too from the outside. Benny James is looking to push himself across into the first, into the corner he is.
That's 806.
Bimmy grabs himself a 2 spot, but he's hung out to dry. Let's see if he can hang on to it. Bimmy's out there. McCursey trying to get himself across to defend the inside line. Gets it done, but not quite, because I think that was Matthew Haig that came up beside him. So, Benny James, the local from Cromwell, in and out of the corner he goes. Bimmy wondering where Benny James come from. Oh, Benny James with the double manuals. Bimmy's all about it. Bimmy's
what a
finish.
That is going to be close. He led all the way.
Bimmy pipped it.
James led all the way. Bimmy got him on the line, and nothing much in it at all.
Louis
2 100ths of a second at the end. Lucas Bimmy getting up. Ben James second. Lewis Atkinson. Louis the Fly in third place.
Righto, the 14-15 girls get going. Leela Walker, another points over race. Really just has to make the finish line. Jada Lily Lees has given her a bit of a hurry up, as she has all weekend. Crikey dicks, that 14 boys was good.
All right.
We knew it was going to be.
This one here, it's accumulation of points, and this is one where the world ranking has really shown what it means to be ranked on the world stage.
And that, I believe, gets Leela Walker across the line to be the first person to win 8 age group titles in New Zealand on the trot. We had Kaylin on 7. We had a few others on 7, according to Bags. But I think Leela Walker has just popped it to 8. Okay, 15 boys goes. Granoff, he's been doing it all weekend. He's done it again. The beautiful pickup, up and over he goes. The 141 plate gone with him. Jesse James Green.
NZ1. That is Jack Granoff. And he's out in front, doing it well. Jesse James Green chasing him hard. These are the first 2 in the clear. This is outstanding technique from the New Zealand number 1 boys 15.
Jesse James Green hanging on for all he can for the best. The 234 plate of Lewis Hunt, who grabs himself a 3 spot. At the moment it's Kite. Oh, that's got to almost be. Let's wait and see. Thomas Coleman Savage gets himself up for the 3 and shovels Hunt to the 4.
So Granoff retains his number 1 ranking. In second place, Jesse James Green, Thomas Coleman Savage. That's the way they came in, the boys 16. They're underway. And Keegan Kelkin. Joe, you're going to have to just sit and watch this one, because Keegan Kelkin, he went for the lane that he wanted, and he goes in wide on the first corner.
Oh, he's back in. Nicely done, Keeg.
So he's out on the lead. He's done well, being chased by James Speedy, but it's Keegan Kelkin going for it. The noise you can hear in the background is his father getting excited. Here is James Speedy chasing hard, but Calkin will come round the final curve. Has he got the technique, the power and the pace to go? He's going to go through and take out the national title for the boys 16. Keegan Calkin gets it done here at Bexley Park in Christchurch. James Speedy second, Lachlan James third, Daniel Butterworth fourth. It's a good final. We've got a happy co-commentator in the commentary box here at Sky Sport Next. Perfect ride by the youngster, ranked number 3, improves his ranking to number 1. The 16 girls are underway. It's coming at you quick and fast for the finals.
Oh,
this is another one where the points collection has been accumulated over the previous 6 races. Megan Williams has been the standout here in bike number 73. She's out in front once more, being chased hard by Abby Simcock. But Megan Williams from Rotorua, she has been outstanding over the 1.5 days of competition, and she'll come up to the line, take out Moto number 7, and she will also get the number 7. I think she's got the maximum points, 7 wins in 7 races, wins that events from Abby Simcock. And in third overall was Amber Robson.
Nice one, Amber Robson.
Right, here we go. We move up the age class now, 17 to 34.
This will be a banger. All right, the gate goes. Adam Coker trying to get over it, but he's up against all the young ones this time. Connor Mann steals himself a bit of a front straight. See if he can go. Coker's let him go to try and do the switch, but he can't get it done. I think that's Connor Mann that's run with it as. So Coker, is that Scotty Donaldson trying to get up the outside? Donaldson's going to have to watch his line because Kieran Nardai.
What can the world number 7, Adam Coker, do? He's chasing hard, but has he got enough? I don't think he has. They come round the final turn, and it's Connor Mann in front, 4:09. Here comes W7, but it's Connor Mann who takes it out. Good run, good race from him. He's done superbly well. Coker second, Donaldson third. Oh, that was always going to be a tight one.
That's a good one. Nathan Adair. Yes, nicely done. Adam Coker hanging on for dear life. All right, the final. The sisters up there now.
17 to 24-year-old female. They're underway. There is no breathing space here at finals time at Bexley. And it's Brooke Compain, who is the top-ranked rider, coming into this, and this is why. On plate bike number 77, Brooke Campaign from the Waitakere Club has hit the lead and has made a lot of distance between herself and the chasing pack. And the chasing pack is led by Caitlin Jorgantis.
Tyler Shea Donaldson holding up for a third spot. This is a final. This one, it's a race to the line. So Brooke Compain gets it. Tyler Shea Donaldson, has she got any answer for her old mate Caitlin Jorgantis? But no, Caitlin, Tyler Shea. If I back up one, I might just see that both of the Donaldsons have got third.
Yes, they have. They came in. Compain ranked 1, Jorgantis 2, Donaldson 3. That's the way they finished. We're on to the males, 35 to 39. 6 of them. Again, this is a collective points. This is the 7th race for them. And Scott Silver has been one of the standouts. Kurt Bagby as well. And going into this one, it is Tim Ferguson. Ferguson, the world number 2, has cleared himself away. Bit of heat coming though from Bagby, who won't give it away. Bagby goes in there, tries to chase down the second to last straight. He's chasing hard, but it's Ferguson in front. Ferguson has got the skills and the technique to lead into the final straight, and he's got a clear lead. Bagby coming, and in third place it's Silver. Oh, it's close on the line.
Jimmy.
Good finish. Good finish there from Bagby, but Ferguson just gets there with a narrow margin, and he takes out the race with the cumulative points total as well. Ferguson first, Silver gets in the silver position with 15 points, and Bagby third with the points collective total will wear the third NZ plate for 2020.
All right, 25 plus 20 inch gets going, and I do believe this one is a points over race as well. 8 of them. Tony James has done it, but this time, Chelsea Watton couldn't quite hang tough, had to grab a handful. That lets Karina Lloyd up, and she's going to show Chelsea Watton the pro straight, who has to back out and slot into the 3. Tony James, around the corner she goes, holding on to it like she has every other lap. Karina Lloyd hot on her heels, seeing if she can't pinch the last one off her. Chelsea Watton fading into the background at the moment. So Tony James turns and burns for the last time today. She's got another one of these to go in her cruiser. But she gets it done.
There's been no one touch Tony James this championship, and she has done it exceptionally well. We move on to the 40 to 44-year-old males. Again, accumulative points. They've had 6 previous races. And
so Tony James, Karina Lloyd, Chelsea Watton is your 3 for the previous.
In terms of their position overall after 7 races, Jelsma, Waite, Badman, Joyce, Peterson and Alexander. That is
Jason
the final.
Waite running the Shredder bike racks. Shredder, they're great racks, those Shredder bike racks. That's who Jason Waite's running for.
He's ranked number 1 in New Zealand, Jason Waite, and comes here from Hawke's Bay in the Magpie colours.
We've dumped a couple.
Oh, it's a tumble and a half. And we'll just have a look at Waite, who stayed out of trouble, got away early. And often it's the chasing pack where it's so tight and so close is where the contacts come. But no problems here for Jason Waite. He's been good right throughout. His 7th moto of the day. He's won 7 in a row. He will take out the overall placings. Lance Joyce and Alex Peterson, the 2 riders that took the tumble and just not getting
just
it
got
right.
It all wrong, didn't he?
And
well, we've had an update thinking that so Bagby was around in the pits trying to figure out who had the most titles in a row. It's our current Elite 1, Rebecca Petch, has had 10 titles in a row. Wow, that's a big crane.
Just waiting now for the track to get cleared. Jason Waite taking out that one with a perfect record here. 7 races, 7 wins.
Oh, look, we're doing star jumps. We're all good.
And so Lance Joyce and Alex Peterson, the 2 riders who have taken the tumble and just easing their way now to the finish line. And here's NZ6. This is a disappointing way to finish the championships for Lance Joyce from the Mountain
Peterson.
Raiders, and here's Alex Peterson from East City in Auckland will come through. Look at the finals now. Aaron Hooper, Ken Feist, Lee Wilson, Tony Thorley, Marikio Lamari, Darcy Melsop, Brett McKersey, Les Gamble.
And this is a final, so this will be fireworks, you can guarantee it.
Expect Aaron Hooper to be the favourite. Feist, though, will never give anything away. Lee Wilson ranked number 3. Hooper is in the 144 bike.
Oh, nice pickup across there. Up we go and over the 144. I think it's Hooper, isn't it, who's grabbed it and gone at the moment? It is.
Hooper is clear. Feist in the 2nd place. But Hooper has got almost an unassailable lead. He'll have to make a mistake to lose it from here. Feist in 2nd place with open air behind him as well. A great battle, though, going on for the minors. But Hooper, he's only got the 1 corner to navigate through. He's done that safely. Looks up and he knows he's got this one won. It's a matter of staying on your bike and keeping calm. Hooper will go on and win this one from the Christchurch Club. Feist in 2nd place, and a good battle going on for 3rd. And getting up for 3rd is Lee Wilson. He was ranked number 3. He finishes number 3 ahead of Darcy Melsop.
Oh, fantastic.
The male 50. This is accumulative points as well. This is their 7th race. They're coming in with points from the previous 6. This 7th race will also add to that total. So it's not the winner of this race necessarily that will win the championship. It's who's got the most points over the 7 races. This is Mike Head, NZ1.
Oh, Dave Mohi must have packed it away after that last one. He got it all wrong on the first jump, if you'll remember. And he must have put it in the car and gone home disgusted. Oh, no, there he is. He's just changed
place.
Shirt.
He's changed his colours. 357, Dave Mohi. He's never going to give things away that easily.
No. Oh!
He's a seasoned campaigner. And Mike Head, who's a seasoned campaigner as well, almost made a bit of an error. I think he realises he's so far in front that there's no pressure on him. And now he's just cruising up towards the line. So it's a clear win for Mike Head ahead of Dave Mohi in 2nd place. So, and it'll be Mohi that takes the overall championship. So he knew what he had to do. Mohi will take the most points, even though he finished 2nd. Head will get the second ranking position, and Carl Berryman will take out the third lowest points as it works in this competition, in third place. The boys 8. This is the final now of the boys 8. And look for Leon Dumbbell, NZ5. He is the top ranked rider.
Lane 1. Here we got here. It is the NZ5 of Dumbrell, pushed up through that lane 1 just beautifully. Those are great race skills that he's learnt. In and out of the corner they go. Withington, I think it is, that's gone with him. So Withington running in there beautifully in the 2 spot. It's an argument for the third, that's for sure. In and out they go, the NZ8, I think it is, who's grabbed the 3. So he's improving his position all the time. Murphy.
Yes, Rico Ryan. Rico Ryan, I think, might be in number 3, is he? As we'll check as they come around the corner. Up the final straight they go. Leon Dumbbell. He's going to take out the title. The people are getting excited on the sideline. Dumbbell will take out that race. Good ride from him ahead of Withington in second. Rico Ryan third. Connor Murphy in fourth place ahead of Angus Ryan. Good competitive race. Right, let's move on now to the girls 8. Another one where the points total has been accumulated over the previous 6 multiples. Honor McCabe, Chloe Dinsdale, Charlotte Zillwood and Quinn Lindsay.
And away they go in this one. The last race for the weekend before they head to Mr. Whippy in the donut shop.
Well, they've got a bit of exercise and activity to go, and it's a good contest going on between Quinn Lindsay in the Cromwell colours, 793, and beside her, neck and neck, is Chloe Dinsdale. This is going to be close. It is Dinsdale in front, turning the corner. What can Lindsay do? Trying to get some momentum around the corner to try and catch up, but Dinsdale's put a bit of clear air on now. Dinsdale trying to move away. Lindsay not giving it away though. It is not over yet. Pedalling hard round the final corner. Into the straight now. The eyes light up. Only the last time in this 2-day championship. Good contest. Neck and neck. Up the straight. And coming from behind, Quinn Lindsay.
They rode it like a final. Fantastic. And Quinn Lindsay, with that result, takes the title.
She knew whoever won out of those 2 was going to take the title. Quinn Lindsay gets it. Chloe Dinsdale second overall. And Honor McCabe. They had a lot to ride for.
They knew they were riding
and there
a
was
final.
Nothing much in it. It was a great final straight by Lindsay, who pedalled her heart out and got the money, got the honours as well. Here's the boys 9.
9 boys. They leave the gate. Nixon Banks run the roam. Max Hey, I think Benny Anderson's up. He's inside. Poor old Banks. He's kicked the clip again. Round the bottom he goes, though. He's not done with it. Nixon Banks. Benny Anderson, Nixon Banks up the second straight. Anderson pops himself in front. That's your NZ1-2 from last year. So Nixon Banks is not done with it yet. Let's see if he can get onto it. Benny Anderson hanging on for dear life, stretching out.
Look at Banks come back though. He is riding hard. He's not finished yet. Round the final corner, here comes Banks. But it's Anderson in front. And a good ride coming also from Ashton Payne, looking for the money and the silver medal. But going up to the line, nice NZ1. You're not ranked number 1 for nothing. Anderson gets it done. Nixon Banks second, Ashton Payne third. Max Hai in fourth place. What a competitive race.
That was a good one. Banksy had it in the bag, kicked the clip. Great stuff.
We now go to the girls 9. Another one which is the Moto 7, their 7th event. Cumulative points. Holly Nilsson, look for her. 1-1-1. Let's see what happens. Who gets away well here? There she is. 1-1-1. Holly Nilsson. And she comes from the North Harbour Club.
Sitting in first into here.
Going wide and may have paid the price by Kiana McCoo, who comes right up onto her shoulder.
Kiana couldn't quite put it away. We'll see. We're not sure how close they were on points coming in, but she had a decent go at it, Kiana McCoo. Having another go now up here, but just not quite keeping it smooth enough.
That's a good ride up that third straight from Nilsson.
Just gave herself a bit of breathing room, didn't she?
Good effort from McHugh to stay close. Nilsson gets there, and McHugh in second place. And Nilsson, 7 out of 7. She hasn't been beaten over the 2 days.
1 point between second and third.
McHugh had a lot to ride for because Courtney Smith came into that with more points, but with that placing, it is McHugh who gets the second overall, Courtney Smith third. This is the boys' 10. Look for Riley
cracker.
Smart. He's got NZ2 on. He comes in from Charlie Liza from Cromwell, ranked second. Lucas Martini third. He's got the NZ4 plate.
Out of the 3 lane, we had an absolute bolter in the NZ4, Lucas Martini. He's got it going, but he's left room for the NZ2 up the inside. Smarts pushes wide and gives himself a bit of room, but that might not pay for him at the moment. They're coming together. The 4 plate of Martini. He's going to have something to say about that. Not quite quick enough. Looking for the switch again. He's going to have to go hard on the pedals out of that corner. Oh, and he does. So he does. Lucas Martini just got on the gas a little bit earlier. And the 2 plate of Riley Smart gets shoveled back. The 5 ships into the 3. Casey Silver's going to have a run down here as well. Oh my goodness, we're on to the finish.
Look at Silver come, but he couldn't quite get there. Martini takes it out. What a ride that was. Lucas Martini from Riley Smart getting up second, Silver third, and Stetner in 4th place. Bit of a pile up on that first corner for some of the other more favoured riders in that event. We go to the final of the girls' 10 now, and look for this girl.
Goodie.
She is a little pocket rocket, isn't she? Meg Cannon, NZ1. Nicola Mapu, NZ2. Beth
Nicola
Walker,
missed the gate.
NZ3. And Molly Buckley, NZ6. And Emma Summers, NZ4. We've got the top riders in the country in this event, the girls' 10.
Oh, Nicola Mapu doing everything she can to switch sides of the track and find her way through. She missed the gate as she came out. She was there to give Meggie a good old run, but it didn't quite pay dividends for her. She's up to the 3 spot now. Maggie Cannon's done and run, going to go coast to coast, but Nicola Mapu pumping the daylights out of that bike up the 3rd straight. But who's this? That'll be Betty Walker. Leela Walker's little sister round the end, but she gets shoved wide.
It's a race for the miners because out in front it's Meg Cannon. She's getting some pressure though from Mapu. That's the way they finish, and getting up 3rd. It's a really good battle on the line. Cannon gets there, Mapu 2nd, Summers looking for 3rd, but between her and Beth Walker, it'll be a photo for the second 2. But Meg Cannon, who got away like a rocket at the start, has won that final for the girls' 10, and we'll come back for the official result shortly. Emma Summers, and in there for the final placing in 3rd spot as we go to the cruiser now. The 11 and 12 males, this is Moto number 7 again. Cumulative points, and Tommy Coleman has been one of the standouts, and you can see also Tyler Dinsdale in there. Coleman just tucked in behind, and I think Coleman may have come in here with some very good points accumulated.
I think Bruno Namidi seems to think he's got this one stitched up. He's playing around, goosing around on the corners and doing some big jumps as he heads on down.
Yeah, well, Namidi
he's just done his 20-inch.
Has been impressive as well. He came in the top in this event, Namidi, and he's done enough. He's done enough. So Namidi took it easy, gets across the line to take out the overall title. Dinsdale takes 2nd place in the cumulative points section by in front of Tom Coleman, and behind him Max Richardson and Dario Grulich.
So the 13-14, this one's a final. Let's see if Louis the Fly can bag himself. He's got to get past Matthew Haig, who's just bolted from the gate at the moment.
Louis the Fly that you heard Joe Calkin talk about, he's got 151. That's him in 2nd place. The man in front, though, is Matthew Haig. Haig leads. Atkinson 2nd. Atkinson won't give it away, as you can see how hard he's working. Look also, coming down is Cooper Richardson into the final curve.
Oh, Lewis Atkinson, see if he can get down the outside. Matthew Haig, Lewis. Oh, this is a great ride. It's a sprint to the finish.
That is close. The man who will get the title in the 13 and 14 cruisers is Matthew Haig, who gets up
by 1/10.
Yeah.
No, 100th.
1/100th of a second from Louis the Fly Atkinson. Cooper Richardson 3rd, Hamish Earl 4th. This is the 15 and 16 cruisers. Another one where the points total have been accumulated over the previous 6 races. This is a 7th. Also, the points in this will count. James Speedy, who has been outstanding, leads early.
Second to Keegan, this 20-inch race. Now outstanding in this one. Nice ride in the 20-inch. Nice ride all weekend on this. Classy fella.
Lewis Hunt in second place, but Speedy will go to the line. And we look at the overall points.
Lewis Hunt hangs on.
And Lewis Hunt gets there overall with 10 points, Speedy with 11, and Lockie James with 21. Well, that shows you how close this competition has been over the last 2 days. This now is the 13 to 24-year-old cruiser female.
Caitlin Jorgantis coming out. I think she's coming here in first. She must not have much of a margin because she is pushing like it's a final, trying to take home an NZ1 plate for the weekend.
Tyler Arnold will be challenging her along with Talia Nelson. And here they are. It's Arnold in second place, Jorgantis leading. And if she wins this, we think she's come in with more points than the rest. That's her top ranking. All she needs to do is stay in front, and she will pick up the NZ1 plate for 2020. Chasing hard behind her is Talia Nelson from Alexander. And
just hangs on. Let's see what the points say.
So it's
7. Clean sweep for Caitlin Jorgantis. Nice tight racing for the second and third. Taylor Arnold from Talia Nelson. That's your 1, 2, 3. They're all trying to emulate Rebecca Petch with her 10 straight
now we've got
age group titles.
Now we've got the men 34 years of age is the top end, 17 is the bottom end. 17 to 34 cruisers. Maddie Young is 3:11, but Adam Coker is the man to watch, the world number 4. And watch him, you can watch him go. Smooth and clear, fantastic technique. He has made every poster winner here. You can see why he is so good. Being chased by Bradley Thompson.
In and out of the corner goes Coker.
Coker first. Thompson in second place.
Just getting it just so smooth, Adam Coker. He left the gate, left them behind and gone. And he does clean up on 11 points. 16 for Bradley Thompson and 20 for Maddie Young for the 3 spot.
We move up an age group to the 30 to 35. 5 competitors here.
Bagby comes in this on top.
Dinsdale in second highest ranking by the cumulative points. 35 to 39. The male cruisers. Well, they won't be cruising in this because it's the 7th time that they've been out on this track here at Bexley Park. And look at him go. Hasn't he got a wonderful technique, showing why he is the number 1 rider ranked in New Zealand for his age group. Kirk Bagby from the Te Aramutu Club, which is so strong. No one challenging him. He's a class above.
He is. His wife normally rides as well, Tess. She doesn't appear to be here this weekend.
So Bagby takes out the 7th race, takes out the overall points. A clean sweep for him. Yep. 7 wins in 7 races. Dinsdale gets second. He's finished second in those 7 races, and he will take second. And picking up third was Scott Murphy, and that's the way they finished in the previous 6 races as well.
So this one, I would imagine, would be another 7-pointer for Tony James for the weekend. Tamron Hurren Webster coming in here in the 2. Not sure how close they are yet, but there's some fisties going on at the back. That was Nancy James giving someone an elbow in the first corner.
So Tony James, world number 5.
Oh, Nancy's still all about it down the back there, getting something going. Might be with Steph Howick, I think it is, that she normally battles around with.
Tony James out on her own, as she has been all championship. World number 5 from the Waitakere Club. No problems at all for her in the 25-plus cruiser.
7 points.
7 points means that 7 wins over 7 races. And Tamron Hurren Webster is in second place. Stephanie Hook is third. That's the way they've finished each of the previous 6 as well. They've stayed with their rankings. Now we move on to the males, 40 to 44.
Can Shimmy hold on to this? I'm not sure if Shimmy's come in with a clean sweep or not, but here he goes, flying up the corner here, up the first straight. He is heading into the first corner. our elite world champion, national champion from what year?
2001. He was the elite champion for New Zealand, Stephen Szymanski. He's got NZ1. He's the top-ranked rider in this age group now as well, and he's showing why. In behind him, in a good spot, is Tony Mottershead. But it's Szymanski. He knows what it's like to lead. Can he stay in the lead? Mottershead working hard to try and put some pressure on the ranked rider, and there was nothing much in it, but Szymanski will get that done. 7 wins and 7 races for him. Mottershead takes second across the line and second overall in cumulative points, and Derek Jelsma from Dunedin will take out the third spot with the most points in this competition. Now we're on to the men's cruiser final.
Now this is the final, and it's going to be a banger. We've got Dion Newth, and you got Richie McLaughlin, who would have been sandbagging all weekend because Richie does not ride that slow normally. Here he goes up into the 2. Newth checked out, heading coast to coast. He's going to try, but down the second straight, Dion Newth. He's getting it all in his way at the moment. The 4-2-6.
McLaughlin, former New Zealand elite rider, won his first title back in 1993. But look at this. It is a fantastic ride at the moment from Dion Newth.
Yep, he'll be pretty happy with that. Richie's binned it.
Richie McLaughlin
does not fall off.
The man who is probably one of the safest riders around. He won the National Elite Championships back in 93, 97, 99, 2000 and 2004, and up the final straight. He wasn't able to hang on, and he just lost it. This is a great ride, though, that we're going to see from the world number 7, Dion Newth. And
there they go.
Just lost it. And we'll have a look at that in a moment as he's getting some attention. Across the track, we've got the yellow flag. That means it is safety time here at Bexley Park. Have you ever, in the time that you've been watching BMX, ever see McLaughlin come off his bike with no bikes around him?
I've only seen him once when he flipped the gate in the national champs.
Here he goes. He comes in. Look for him. He has got
he bonks the manual. He bonks the manual and goes straight out the front.
NZ2 has taken a tumble. He is an elite New Zealand champion rider back in the 1990s and early 2000s, but almost unheard of. He had the second spot. Sometimes that can happen when you're just trying a little bit too hard and the concentration's not there. I wonder, Joe Kelkin, whether or not it's that 7 races over over the 2 days of competition.
And he's not as young as he once was. I'll tell you, when he flipped the gate in 2009 at the Whangarei Nationals, he was next to Dave Mohi, and the pressure of the two of them, they were trying to outdo each other in the psychology battle, and a bird tweeted, and Richie thought it was the beeps of the gate and took off, and the gate was still in front of him.
Now tell me, is it his pride that's hurt more than his body here or not?
He's sucking in the big ones, trying to get his lungs full again. Works for Evo Cycles, a little plug for Evo Cycles as he sits there on the track on TV. Well, he had the second place sewn up. He was up against the world number 7 ranked rider in Dion Newth. But here he is, Richie McLaughlin. It's a sad sight because he's been one of the stars of the sport. Multiple national elite champion. You just don't see that very often, where he's made an error in the final straight of the national championships. Not a rider error. It's not something Richie's known for.
Well, we've had it all. We've had the spills and the thrills here at Bexley Park over 2 days of competition. It's been all action at these championships here in Christchurch. We've had over 400 races across 2 days, and now we move on to the third last race of the day. This is the oldest age group in this championship competition. Carl Berryman comes in as the top ranked rider. George Hattis second, Mike Nartai third, Warren Boggess fourth. These are the four to watch. Boggess, the president of BMX New Zealand, but can he touch Berryman? Berryman's got the number 100 plate on.
There's Mohi out of there.
And Dave Mohi is 888. And he has made a flyer, and away he goes. Dave Mohi, who took a tumble earlier in the day, has said, I'm going to finish these championships in fine style, and that's exactly what he's doing. You won't see an error from this man, I don't think.
He's on a similar pegging to Richie, so he won't. Commentators curse him just yet. It was this manual here that Richie got wrong.
Mohi takes it.
Mohi gets it. Where's old Presidente? Sits on a 5.
In second place is Carl Berryman. Third is George Hadis.
Boggy
Mike
gets away
Nartai,
with a
and then
5.
Warren Boggess, the president of BMX New Zealand, takes 5th. In the 50-plus cruiser age group here at the Nationals, we're into the men's junior final. Blake Day crashing out on day 1. Rico Beerman and Bennett Grenhoff are the two that will contest the prize money. They've had some pretty spirited races up until now. It's Beerman in the yellow.
Geez, they're even this time. Let's see. I'm not sure which chute they're going down, the chicken chute or the real chute. Let's see. They're around the corner and up. They're going down the real chute.
Beerman, 44. Here's Grenhoff, goes high, gets in front and stays in front. Grenhoff goes around the corner. It'll be the most points between these two. Not necessarily who wins this race, but Grenhoff wants to finish it the way that he wanted to be there at the start. But here comes the man in yellow, Beerman and Grenhoff. Oh, you couldn't get any closer than that on the day. It is a photo finish. What a way to finish. Beerman will take out the overall points. But what a way to finish the men's juniors. We've got one race left here at the BMX National Championships in Christchurch. It'll be the junior women. But what a contest between these two impressive young riders.
Rico Beerman from a 5-year-old world champion.
Well, I think, again, the championship will be sorted already because it has been Holly Oldham who has been the standout in this event throughout, and you can see why. In bike number 57 from Alexander. She's just cruising on now. She's let go through.
She's cooked the foot out of there.
Can she pick it up from there? It won't matter because it's cumulative points.
No, it won't matter,
but
no.
It is Laidlaw who is going to finish the last race of the day. The Southland athlete, the rider from the deep south. Here she comes. He looks around and she's trying to catch up from the back as Holly Oldham, but not going to pick off Laidlaw. Laidlaw will finish the final race of these championships with the win, but overall it's Oldham who will take out NZ1 plate for 2020. Ruby Laidlaw wins the race and finishes second, and Olivia Levins takes third overall at these national championships in the women's junior event. Well, Joe Galkin, we have seen thrills, spills, we've seen action aplenty. It started at 11 o'clock yesterday morning. Over 450 races for 450 athletes from 31 clubs from around New Zealand in sunshine that has been warm, balmy conditions that has been thoroughly enjoyed by the crowd. You've been to so many national championships around New Zealand. You've been to world championships around the globe. How did this one compare?
This is a good one. There's not too much in the way of crashes. There's a lot of competitive riding. It was a small nationals, but a good nationals. As I looked down the entry list before we came into this, there were some hot to trots, those early age groups, those early age groups, the 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, they all had their guns there. The top 8s of most age groups were here, and like the Baku Worlds, not a big one, but man, a hot one.
If you look back, we knew that it was going to be tight and tough in the finals. What event stood out for you? What riders stood out for you over these 2 days of competition?
I think Finney Cogan with his win was well deserved, and he has just ridden outstandingly all weekend. Lucas Bimmy to get up from NZ3 up for the win in the 14 boys. Ben James from deep in Alexandra does well down in the deep south where the competition isn't, to be pushing Louis the Fly and Lucas Atkinson and Matthew Haig and these guys. That's a phenomenal ride from him. Jack Greenoff was outstanding in the 15 boys, as again Jesse James Green riding from out of the Christchurch City Club doing well. Thomas Coleman Savage holding on to him. The 16 boys, of course, my boy, that's amazing. 13 years he's ridden. Last year was his first time into the top 8 after 13 years, and today to take away the big show.
When will you hear the end of that?
His brother might not hear for a while.
He's chasing his brother who won how many national titles?
11 national titles,
yeah,
so he's got a long way to go, but it's just great that he gets one, particularly over his mates, James Speedy, Lockie James, Dan Butterworth, Dan Maloney, Cade Dale, those kids have all ridden together since they were just about a nappy, certainly Keeg was.
And you've got people likes of Meg Cannon in the underage group. She was in the girls 10, who was just so impressive as one of the youngsters there. We've seen Ricky McLaughlin, multiple New Zealand elite champion, fall or tumble in the last straight as he was heading up for the second position overall.
And you hope they're all well. There's generally you get a few bones going west of the Nationals when the plates come on the line. They just throw themselves out at these kids. They're so brave.
So the national championships for 2020 have been finished and gone. It's been 2 days of superb competition. We look ahead now to the next New Zealand championships after the first ones were held back in 1981 at Wainui, Omada, where Gilbert Workman was the first sponsored rider by Rex Harris aboard one of the first mongooses in the country. He won the very first race at Paraparam and went on to win the first superclass event at the 1981 Nationals. How the sport has moved on from there. By 1982 there were 7 tracks around the country. It had exploded after that as a sport in New Zealand. It's still very much alive and well, as New Zealand on the world stage is a real heavyweight competitor. No world championships this year, but these athletes have got plenty to look forward to next year at Arnhem in the Netherlands. Will we see New Zealand there with a good level of competition and good numbers representing the black and white of New Zealand, subject to the world being a safe place to travel?
Well, I hope so. And through the age groups, we've always sent a big contingent, particularly after the Worlds in Auckland. We sent a big contingent off to Rotterdam and then followed up with Belgium and then through to Colombia. You know, Rebecca Petch is someone we haven't spoken about much this weekend, but she's a class act. Our current elite women's champion, definitely fighting along with pushing Sarah Walker out the other end of the sport as Rebecca's the next one through.
Well, we've seen the sprockets, the 5-year-olds going right through to the 50 plus. We've seen the pathways of what happens in this sport for the youngsters to progress through to become the next world champion, possibly a world medalist likes of Mark Willers, or a world champion likes of Sarah Walker. We've had it all. It's been a great 2 days of competition. Thanks for being with us here at Sky Sport Next as we've witnessed the first Windows and Doors 40th BMX National Championships. On behalf of Joe Kelkin, I've been Paul Allison, bringing you the action from Bexley Park in Christchurch. Good afternoon from a very sunny afternoon in the Garden City, Christchurch City in the South Island of New Zealand.